Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Thou members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honored members, colleagues, guests, kindly permit me to apologize sincerely for starting 1 hour behind schedule. There was a delegation from the Parliament of Uganda that I was programmed to meet at 9 a.m., the same time that this committee was to start meeting. So, unfortunately, that was not an assignment I could reassign. So I had to do that before I come. So kindly forgive us for starting late. Now, can we bring in the nominee, please? Honorable Adjei-Mensah.
Yes,
on
Mr.
behalf
Chairman.
of the committee, I congratulate you on your nominations. I've already apologized for us starting 1 hour behind schedule because of another assignment. Unfortunately, I had to do myself.
Thank you, Chairman. It's well understood.
Now, kindly administer the oath.
Bible. I, Andrew Kofi Egyapa-Mercer,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Adjei-Mensah. A little less than 3 years ago, you appeared before the Appointments Committee of this Parliament, and we took you through all the motions. You're here again. At that time, you were nominated as a Deputy Minister for Energy. You're here again today as the Minister Designate for Tourism. We have your CV. We'll sit with you in the chamber. So is there anything new about you want to tell us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe that the only update as at the last time that I appeared before you was that between June 2021 and today, I've been working as a Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Energy. That is the only new thing. And of course, some conferences and capacity building programs that I've undertaken over the period. Nothing new has happened in my life. Thank you.
Very well, colleagues. Here is a nominee. You're free to ask questions. Yes, Honorable Elizabeth Ejari.
Congratulations, Honorable Mercer.
Thank you.
Well, I want to put on record that we were mates. We've been friends for 25 years, but I'll still ask my questions.
Explain the friendship.
Oh, we are mates, so that's the friendship. Yeah, no. Okay, so now, I'm sure when you were coming, they said once you meet me, Marine Drive will happen. You will not be disappointed. Now, the Marine Drive project is at the Office of the President. But if you look at the budget statement of 2020, the statement indicated on page 144 that the Marine Drive has the capacity of creating 600,000 jobs. After that one, I've not seen the Marine Drive anywhere in further budget statements. When you get the nod, what will you tell the President to do in respect of the Marine Drive, because it's not making progress? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure whether the Marine Drive is not making any progress. Because as we speak, the consortium partners, the lead consortium partners, Adjei Limited, wholly owned Ghanaian entity, is actually on site doing preparatory works. I'm aware that sometime in 2020 it was moved to the Office of the President. There's been some indication of the desire to have the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Creative Arts take over that project. And so it is my intention to liaise with the Office of the President to ensure that that excellent project which has been conceived, which has the potential to change our marine frontage in Accra, is executed to its logical conclusion. So, Mr. Chairman, I can assure the committee that whatever it is that I have to do to ensure that we see some progress beyond what is happening now actually happens when I get the nod from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The OECD and UNWTO has indicated that tourism satellite account provides a comprehensive and standardized framework for measuring the economic impact of tourism on a national and regional level. It is also tried learning that the tourism satellite account help every country to know how much tourism is contributing to the development of the country. It will then inform government to invest more money in tourism. As we speak now, the tourism satellite account project that I proudly started under President Mahama has not also seen the light of day. What will you do when you get the nod?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my understanding that indeed that project has started. there are 4 key parameters that is required to be undertaken by way of surveys. 2 of them have been done. The other 2 is outstanding. And so it is my intention to collaborate with the Ghana Statistical Service to ensure that the outstanding 2 are also carried through, so that that key indicator, which then allows us to measure in real terms or in exactitude what the contribution of our tourism sector to GDP can be measured accurately to inform decision making. Thank you.
Well, it means then that it's not started, but work in progress. Last, tourism is public sector led, private sector driven. The public sector has a number of challenges. I know when you went to the ministry, you were told, what will you be remembered for if you are given the nod in terms of what you intend doing with the private sector for moving tourism forward?
Sharon, I believe that training is a key component of our tourism sector. Many a time the experience that people have with the standards and quality of service that is provided by service providers lacks a little bit of, excitement. And so it is my intention to really focus on training the providers of services within the tourist sector. Again, I believe that our creative arts sector is a key component that can drive tourism and, of course, ensure that our key stakeholders in the creative arts space also are able to make a meaningful contribution to our economic development. And so it is my intention to work to ensure that the creative arts agencies are appropriately resourced so that they can play their role in leveraging what it is that private sector agents can do in that space to ensure that we're able to build a resilient tourism environment for our country. Thank you.
Okay. I have permission to do a last one. If somebody really wants to have something to do with like waterfalls, they'll be heading towards Zimbabwe or Zambia. What we have as a country in terms of marketing our tourism potential are our forts and castles. What do you intend doing with forts and castles to brand our tourism in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that a lot has already been done. There's been some work that government has done in ensuring that our forts and castles are improved, reception facilities are improved. Restrooms and other service provision that enriches the tourist experience is all done. But there's a lot more that has to be done. Indeed, when His Excellency the President nominated me, I've had cause to engage in conversations with several people who have brought some interesting ideas, especially when it comes to the linkage between the fort itself and the experience that our people who had the misfortune of being carried away in ships and vessels to the New World experienced in those vessels. That is something that is not existing. And so I believe that if we are able to put in place something that then bridges that link of what the experience was when our brothers and sisters, our forefathers, were being shipped to the New World, that then also helps in ensuring that we have much more visitor traffic at our forts and castles. And so, of course, I know that the World Bank is also supporting government to do some improvement projects in some of our castles and forts. May not be enough, and so we need to do more to ensure that we have more resources that then goes in there to ensure that whoever gets to visit these forts and castles have the experience that will live with them for a lifetime. Thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you, my friend and mate.
Yes, Yusuf.
Chairman, thank you. Let me also congratulate my good friend. My first question has to do with the National Cathedral. The National Cathedral is now under the Ministry of Tourism. The promise was that this month it would have been commissioned. In fact, tomorrow we would have been commissioning it. Today, as we speak, it's still at a stage where people describe it as the most expensive trench in the world. When you are given the nod, what will you do to ensure that the National Cathedral doesn't become an albatross round the neck of all of us? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I sincerely believe that the National Cathedral project was well-intentioned. His Excellency the President took a position that it was something that needed to be done between state and the private faith-based organizations. And so the state made a certain contribution, and the expectation was that the faith-based organizations were also going to make contributions to ensure that the facility was completed. Unfortunately, I do not know the details of the financing position as of today. But it's obvious, I believe, to all of us that the private contributions that was expected wasn't as forthcoming as it had initially been conceived. And so I recall that in the 2023 budget, the finance minister made a presentation and requested some public funding support to enable us move the project to its conclusion. That was resisted by the House, and so that funding did not go. But I will entreat Parliament to support the project because obviously some public funds have gone in there and we cannot allow it to sit the way it is. And so if I'm given the nod, I believe that if I have the opportunity to make a presentation to you, I would urge the support of all, especially our colleagues on the minority side, to support the National Cathedral project so that we can complete it, because I believe strongly that it will be a huge income-generating entity for our country. It would help in attracting visitors to Ghana as part of the gamut of other things that we are doing in our tourism promotion space. And so that will be my position. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. I will leave it there. I mean, I believe that subsequently we'll be engaging ourselves because we have problems even when it comes to the procurement process, okay? And so, but like I said, we'll leave it there and then subsequently we will discuss that. Now, my second question is that the World Travel and Tour Council reported that 10% of every jobs created worldwide is connected to tourism. In 2016, the unemployment rate in this country, as reported by the Ghana Statistical Service, was 8.4%. Mr. Nominee, as I speak to you today, unemployment rate is 14.7%. If you were given the approval, what will you do to use tourism to be able to close up this gap? Because as I speak to you, out of this 14.7% that I'm talking about, 30% of it is youth. And that for me is a national security issue. So what will you do using tourism to be able to create jobs in order that we are able to close up this gap? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe that the opportunities that exist in the tourism, creative arts, and culture space to create jobs cannot be overemphasized. Indeed, if you look at the data that you made reference to, the UNWTO data that you made reference to, it's clearly not in doubt the role that tourism can play in ensuring that jobs are created. But to be able to do that, you need to put in the requisite investment. You need to develop your products that then becomes attractive for people to want to visit. You need to market your products. You need to assure quality. And so it's a combination of all of this. And of course, as my good friend, the Honorable Member of Usajari indicated, the public sector will enable the environment and the private sector will have to complement by responding. And so if you make the requisite investments by developing the project, marketing them appropriately, and also assuring the quality that people would experience when they come, then it gives the private sector the if you like, the impetus to then make the requisite investment that then enables you to, as it were, create the jobs that would come in the space. And so it will be my role then to ensure that government makes the right investment. Already a lot has been done in terms of the products that we market in the year of return. For example, December in Ghana clearly has created huge jobs, but a lot more has to be done. And it will be my responsibility then to ensure that we put in the right investment, we develop appropriate products that then is marketed for the jobs to be created, to reduce the unemployment figures, even though I'm not so sure whether the data that you are producing, but that's a question for another day. Thank you.
Chairman, let me just put on record that you can go onto the Ghana Statistical Service platform and you confirm the data that I've made reference to. You know me, I don't make reference to things that do not exist. So I'm just telling you what it is. And in fact, it now...
Honorable, are you done with your questions? As for the commentary, you can do it outside of here.
Chairman, I'm not done.
How many questions have you asked? Three?
Two. For now, two.
Okay, so go on with your third one, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so my third one, there are quite a number of ancient mosques. We have one in Larbanga. There's one at a village called Bandang Konta. There's one in Wa. There's one in Bole. There's one in Malwe. They are dotted everywhere. And they are sites for tourists. And I've seen quite a number of tourists visiting those places. Last year, one of them collapsed, and many of them are collapsing. For instance, it was reported in the news that the Bole one had collapsed. The community had to come up themselves to maintain it. When you are given the nod, what will you do to ensure that these ancient mosques are not totally wiped out? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure whether these mosques that is being referenced falls within the purview of the Museums and Monuments Board, because my understanding that they are private-owned entities. But of course, they hold huge historical relevance. And so I would look into it to see whether the Museums and Monuments Board can collaborate with the communities that own these mosques so that some arrangement of sorts can be put in place to ensure that it's managed for the benefit of the community and the nation at large. Thank you.
All right, so the last one has to do with high cost of doing business in the hospitality. I thought Chairman has asked me to ask the last one. Yes. You know, he's my friend. Yeah, so it has to do with the high cost of doing business in the hospitality industry. And I've just cross-checked. If you go to Marriott's hotel in Nigeria, as compared to Ghana here, their rates are better than our rates. Now, we met with stakeholders in the industry, and they are attributing this to multiplicity of taxes and levies, high tariffs in respect of electricity and water, and also a problem of getting credit to be able to expand their businesses. And even when they get it, the cost of borrowing is high. And so that is what is making them uncompetitive. What will you do to ensure that our hospitality industry become competitive so that we are able to attract many more investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe that I've also heard about the multiplicity of regulations, fees, and levies. And so it's important for us to work with the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies to harmonize those regulations, taxes, and levies so that at least there's some ease of administration. I believe that will go a long way in helping them reduce their cost of doing business. Again, the utilities that you mentioned, I know that coming from the Ministry of Energy, a lot of work has gone into reducing even the bands that business operators were operating in, that then made the usage of electricity more expensive the more your consumption falls within a certain bracket. Thankfully, under the auspices of the Honorable Minister, PURC has worked to reduce the bands to only 2 as we speak. And the intention is to try and get to only 1 band by end of year. So that just like when you go to the filling station and you buy a liter of fuel for a fixed price, every kilowatt hour of electricity that you consume, regardless of the volume that you buy at the filling station, same is replicated in the power space. And we believe that that will also go a long way into reducing their cost. Of course, the credit issue, I'm sure that as the economic fundamentals improve, cost of borrowing then becomes less expensive for the operators. And so we would see how we work together with the other ministries that are involved in the space to create that environment for the businesses that operate in the tourism space to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Nominee, congratulations for this, your nomination.
Thank you.
And we're happy to receive you this morning. I have a fundamental question that has to do with an observation made by the Committee of Parliament for the Sector Ministry. Now, the last 2024 Joint Committee report for Trade and Tourism, they made a fundamental observation that 33% of the IGF relating to the Bureau of Ghana Languages was approved for them to retain for the fiscal year 2023. Unfortunately, the observation made was that this 33% retention that was approved by Parliament for the Bureau of Ghana Languages was not given to them by the ministry. And you know that this Bureau of Languages play a very critical role in our culture, in the development of the Ghanaian languages, and so forth and so on. So if you are given the nod, what are you going to do to ensure that this 33% is increased? Because they made an observation that the 33% is even woefully inadequate. And unfortunately, they didn't even get that 33% that was approved by Parliament. So if you are given the nod, what are you going to do to ensure that this is reviewed and the right budgetary allocation and retention is given to them for their development? Thank you.
Chairman, this is something that I have to look into because it's my understanding that the IGF is not generated at the ministry. It's generated at the entity or the agency itself. And so how their funds that they've generated ends up with the ministry such that the ministry doesn't release it to them is a little surprising to me, but I have to look into it. But beyond that, the issue of approvals for retention, I'm sure that we are all very much aware of the processes that the Ministry of Finance goes through during the budget approval processes to approve the allocations that are then given to ministries, departments, and agencies. And so if a case is made that the retention percentage is low, it is possible for them to review it. And so I'll look into it, and then if the management convinces me that this is something that has to be increased, then we can then make the case, obviously, if I'm giving the nod to the Ministry of Finance to look at increasing the percentage so they can retain more of the IGF to run their operations. Thank you.
Honorable, kindly let me do a follow-up on this one. Honorable Minister, when we say retain, how does it happen that you have to send it to a ministry before you go and ask for it?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I said that is surprising to me, because I have the same understanding as you have, that if the agency generates the money, then it retains the percentage that has been approved for it. But my understanding from the question was that in this case, the funds ended up in the ministry, and the ministry failed to release it to them. So I have to look into it to ascertain why it is that that situation arose in the first place. Thank you.
Well, I actually know that that's why I raise it here. We members of parliament have approved a regulation which says retains means send it to the ministry and request for it. I don't know what it means. Though.
No, I didn't.
Right, Honorable Chairman, you are 100% right. The retention should have been kept at the agency, but usually they pay it into the consolidated fund. Then now they will struggle with the Minister of Finance to get their releases. And it's pervasive. It cuts across everywhere. But my second question has to do, I'm sure the nominee would have averted his mind to the budgetary allocations for 2024. Now, you realize that we have about 5 items. And what is surprising, which was raised at the committee level, was the tourism product development. In 2023, an amount of 102 million, about that, was allocated for tourism product development. And that has to do with spreading out the products to other regions, other communities, and things like that, which is very important. And unfortunately, this year, this product development was reduced from 102 million to about 13 million, which speaks volumes. Because the implication is that you will not be able to spread and take advantage of other tourism sites that requires your attention. So if you are given the nod, with this restriction that has been given to you by the minister and by parliament, because it has been approved by parliament, what are you going to do to spread tourism to other regions and other constituencies that require your attention? I am saying this with special reference to the Gambaga scab. It's been hanging for a while. You know, the Nigerian wall has been hanging for a while in my constituency. You know, at the committee level, we have raised several of such.
Honorable, your commentary should wait when you get on the floor.
So, Mr. Minister, nominee, can you tell us what you are going to do to address this this challenge?
Mr. Chairman, I need to look at the detailed budget that was approved for the various components that the member refers to. But looking at the budget approvals that were, or allocations that were made for the ministry over the past 4 years, I observed that year on year, their budgets are increased generally. And to my surprise, for the tourism ministry, their releases were almost equal to the allocations that were made for them on a year-by-year basis from 2021. I know that most ministries do not enjoy that kind of level of releases. And so I was pleasantly surprised that indeed the Ministry of Tourism gets all the allocations that are made for them during the year. But we'll look into it. I'm sure that there was some basis. It's entirely possible that in 2023, there were some specific projects or programs that the ministry had earmarked to embark on, for which resources were allocated for them, which is not being repeated this year. But like I said, I need to look at the detail together with the officials of the ministry to make a determination as to why, and of course, within the constraints of the approvals, see what it is that can be done to implement the programs that have been approved for the year. Thank you.
My last question. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Nominee, and you realize that this particular budgetary allocation, I understand that you have not looked at it, but I'm just giving you information. I have the committee report here, and I'm speaking to the figures. Now, this budgetary allocation given to you is going to give you a lot of challenges as far as maybe your personal plan and the plan of the ministry to spread tourism to the corners of our nation is concerned. You are going to have a challenge. But I want to find out, will you look at leveraging with the trade ministry to take advantage of the 1D, 1F to spread tourism product development to other communities that you would have want to, but due to budgetary constraints? Will you want to look at that linkage between your ministry and the trade ministry to take advantage of 1D, 1F to spread tourism development? Thank you.
Seyram, it's not something that I've averted my mind to. But obviously, if it's a suggestion that is coming from honorable member, it's something that I'll be happy to look into to see whether we can leverage on any relationship or collaboration with any ministry to ensure that we are able to develop our tourism to the next level. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Adjei-Mensah, congratulations.
Thank you.
May I ask, how are you going to use your experiences to promote the creative industry in our country, to reduce the number of legal battles and others that they go through? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, as a trained lawyer, I believe that one of the skills that I have is to help in dispute resolution. And so if there are disputes within the sector, especially in the creative art space, then I'm sure that my 20 years experience at the bar will come in handy to help me resolve some of those issues amicably. Thank you.
Now, leadership. You are not a member of the committee, are you? Please. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Adjei-Mensah, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
Your CV is a 10-page document. And I noticed almost 4 pages is on conferences and capacity programs you attended. Is there any reason why you spend 40% of, you want to tell us about yourself, and 40% is conferences and capacity building you attended?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure the pages necessarily represent a certain percentage of my life. Within the, of course, I mean, we all know the value of capacity building and conferences that then helps you apprise yourself of best international practices that then you deploy to your work. The sector that I've worked in over the past 4 years is one that required that we engage in that kind of activity. Of course, I partook in some capacity building activities prior to that role, and to give a comprehensive outlook of all the work that I've done, all the conferences that I've attended. That's why you see the number. But I believe that if you look thoroughly at the conferences that I've attended, they are all very related to the work that I've done, especially those that relates to the past 3.5 years, to the work that I've done at the Ministry of Energy. And I believe that they've come in handy in enriching my work and output whilst assisting my minister at the role. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mercer. Of course, until recently you were a deputy minister. You are now appointed as a substantive minister. Obviously, it means the president found your capacity to be on your own. That is why he appointed you as a substantive minister, though at a different ministry. In an answer to one of the questions relating to the National Cathedral, you suggested that the country needed to continue funding the National Cathedral. With the myriad of problems you find at, or you are told about the tourism ministry, when you are given the nod, will you be confident enough to walk to Parliament with a budget, with a line in it, to fund the construction of the cathedral vis-a-vis all the problems that you are already aware that bother the growth of tourism in our country?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, but I have only 9 or so months at the Ministry of Tourism, and I'm not sure that I've had opportunity to present a budget for consideration and approval by Parliament. Thank you.
Well, there will be a mid-year budget review. We have a new finance minister. He may be more responsive to you, and you are also a new minister. So there's a potential that you may have the opportunity to prioritize what would grow tourism in Ghana. My question is, will you be confident that if you get the opportunity, at the top of your priority will be to ask your colleagues in Parliament to fund the construction of a cathedral versus other requirements?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that they are not mutually exclusive. Of course, you do not have unlimited resources, but some funding has gone in there. And I'm not so sure whether the jest, that is the world's most expensive hole, is palatable to anybody. It's a national asset that is in that state, and it has to be completed, to my mind. And so if you want a definitive answer that if I have the opportunity to request Parliament to consider and approve a budget for the completion of the National Cathedral, then yes.
We'll leave that one there. I will just suggest to you that there are many issues about the National Cathedral. I'm an architect by training. One of the issues about the cathedral was that at the time the consultant was appointed, he was not qualified to practice by himself in Ghana. You are a lawyer. I will encourage you to look into those things and see if it's possible. Be brave and launch an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the award of contract, both to the contractor and the consultant of the National Cathedral. That is just by the way. I have here a document produced by the UNDP. I can table it for Chairman to. The title is Rethinking Tourism as a Pathway for Development. It was authored in September 27th, 2022. There's an interesting rendition on page 2, and that says, tourism development to transform economies. In the first paragraph, there's a writing there that suggests that, let me read. For many for many tourism still conjures pictures, for many tourists, for many, they conjure pictures of foreigners enjoying exotic destinations far removed from ordinary citizens. Local communities who are custodians of natural wealth and culture have failed to benefit from this kind of tourism. When you go, the federal says that it shows that the current tourism model is not suitable. If you read further, they are saying that we should focus on the Ghanaian experiencing the tourist attractions in their country. In fact, if you check many countries, developed countries, their domestic tourism numbers surpass the people from foreign destinations. You and I are aware that maybe, I don't know much about Western region. You probably don't know much about Volta region, though we are friends and we are in the same country. Don't you think that with COVID and everything that have taught us a lesson to try to utilize what we have, the way to grow tourism is to encourage intra-tourism, where people in Boku should be interested in finding out what is at Kakum, what people in Keta should be trying to find out what is at, what do you call it, in Kumasi, to drive the system instead of always thinking that we only do tourism when a new aircraft arrives at Kumasi, at Kutuka. Don't you think that this report is something worth looking at as the new minister?
Mr. Chairman, indeed, it is. And I'm aware that the Ministry of Tourism and the Ghana Tourism Authority itself is focusing on promoting domestic tourism. And so this month, for example, has been declared Ghana Month, where the tagline is to see Ghana, eat Ghana, wear Ghana, and feel Ghana. And so you can see that I came in here in my Ghanaian cloth. Okay,
Which one is the Ghanaian cloth? The shirt you're wearing is Ghanaian cloth. The Ghanaian cloth is the one being worn by your elegant chiefs behind you. All the rest are
very well, Mr. Chairman, duly noted. And so there are tourism promotion for domestic tourism that is already ongoing. But of course, there's always room for more. And so, yes, I know that the ministry and the Ghana Tourism Authority is collaborating with City FM, for example, on the Heritage Carnival. And 180 people are touring the whole of Ghana, okay, in the month of end February through to March, ending sometime on the 10th through Takrady to Accra. But like I said, a lot more has to be done. And if you give me the nod, it will be something that I will work to deepen to ensure that many more Ghanaians explore our country to complement what it is that we get from foreign visitors. Thank you.
Thank you. I will also suggest that maybe you work with the Ministry of Education. When we were a bit younger, I know one of the fascinating things we look forward to was that excursion. They used to call it excursion, where students from one school go to another region for something. So I'm sure that working with the Ministry of Education, that can also add to whatever plans you have. My last question, Chairman, is this. If you read the report I quoted from, they also highlighted the potential of what tourism can do to damage our culture. And one of the things they highlighted was that whilst tourists come here, many of them things they couldn't do in their country, when they are far away from their environments where somebody knows them, in terms of their lifestyle, that is what they bring to these countries. And unfortunately, young people portray these as the new things they should do. And some of these things can damage their culture. Our culture, inherent culture. What will you do to ensure that whilst we promote tourists from abroad, their activities do not, actually contaminate our culture to the extent that young people particularly become very unaware that some of those things are not necessarily helpful to the preservation of our culture?
Chairman, I believe that if we promote positivity, then people who tend to visit us then are likely to reflect that as opposed to some negativity. Because I've had cause to complain about the tagline, Dirty December. I don't think that speaks well of our country to be promoted with that kind of tagline. December in Ghana is a good enough description. And so I believe that that positive projection of our country as opposed to negativity would obviously impact the kind of behavior that people who come in here come and exhibit. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Leader.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also want to add my voice to, yes.
By the way, I always enjoy that fanti and thing when I come to Takrady. You know about it, isn't it? You know about it, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. You're always welcome.
You should promote that as cultural tourism. Go to secondary for fanti. You can also promote that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to add my voice to congratulate you for your nomination as the Minister for Tourism. Honorable Nominee, I'd like to find out from you what you envisage to be the impact on our tourism should the government assent to the LGBTQ bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's a difficult one. Because, I mean, our culture is our culture, ultimately. And so if people want to experience our culture, it really shouldn't matter whether we are opposed to a certain lifestyle within our cultural setting. But it all comes down to how you promote Ghana and position ourselves within the law, that is, if His Excellency the President assents to it. Okay, so I know it's the most topical subject matter now. Indeed, yesterday I was having conversations with my brother and some friends of mine at home, and it came up what your response would be when this question is posed to you. But I still haven't figured out an answer. But all I can say is that it definitely will have an impact one way or the other. Some people who believe that lifestyle should be allowed everywhere may find Ghana not an attractive place. Some people who believe in our culture would find Ghana an attractive place. And so it all comes down to how you market Ghana and what it is that we offer to the world. The listing that we have that we are encouraging people to visit our country as opposed to others. And of course, like my good friend, Chief Whip on the minority side indicated, if you promote domestic tourism, that then helps you to deal with whatever shortfalls or issues that may arise from some lack of interest because of this law. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. In my region, that is the Ashanti region, one of the tourist attractions in the Ashanti region, I would say, is funerals. Funerals are one of the tourist attractions, and there are other cultural needs. You look at even kente weaving and everything. I'd like to find out from you whether you have the idea of how roads, because people will have to assess it, have been developed in these areas. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in my engagements with officials of the ministry in preparation for the vetting, I was made to understand that there's already an existing program that the ministry is working with Ministry of Roads to develop last mile roads into some of our tourist enclaves that presently is difficult to find. And so when I'm giving the nod, that will be something that I will follow up to ensure that at least the agreed kilometer, I believe, in the region of some 50 kilometers per year is pursued so that we can improve access to our tourist sites across the country. Thank you.
My last question, Honorable. How will you ensure that this ministry programs and policies are evidence-based and effective in addressing gender and social protection issues, if given the nod? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe that most of the things that have already been done is evident for all to see. Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park rehabilitation, we all can see it. The year of return, we all saw it. The Beyond the Return program, which is anchored on some 7 pillars that the ministry is rolling out, is extremely evident. Indeed, I'm aware that over the COVID period, when arising out of the COVID impacted businesses negatively, the government provided some funding support, 50% of which was given to women. And that clearly demonstrates what it is that we have already been doing in gender mainstreaming to ensure that they are not left out. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Leader.
Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you, my brother.
Disclose that you are my brother from the Western region. I see that Nana Kobnan Ketia, Nana Adjei-Mensah, and Ula Atibukusu, very prominent revered chiefs from our region, all here. And I know the reason they are here. The Western region has really had cause to worry that we have not had a cabinet minister in President Akufo-Addo's government. And this has been a matter of worry. I know it has been publicly expressed, especially when the Honorable Kojokun was taken out. So this is important. I'm not even sure that the Minister of Tourism is still a cabinet minister, but at least we are celebrating your appointment. And so I'm very happy to see the chiefs. But let me go back. Yes, and let me tell you that the minority leader is also a Western boy, a secondary boy. In fact, you are his MP.
Chairman, I know that.
You know that?
Yes.
Well, let me take you back. You've been in the energy sector for the last 3 years under the tutelage of Honorable Prempe, and I'm sure he has taken his time to guide you. I'm sure you live with a lot of experiences and reflections. Now, I think I'll start with that. Give us your reflections on the energy sector and your view, what you think must be done to keep the light on.
Mr. Chairman, indeed, I can say without any fear of contradiction that I've had the benefit of working under an excellent minister who gave me all the opportunity to, as it were, develop his guidance and support over the past 3.5 years has been very. I live with a lot of nostalgia, and we had when my appointment came to go and work with him, he said to me that we're going to have a good time, and we indeed had a good time. It was work, and I think that his mandate really to keep the light on, keep the nation moving, is something that we have all experienced. Yes, there are issues, challenges in the energy sector. ECG's performance has not been optimal. And so the revenues that would have ordinarily been the source of paying everybody within the value chain has always been an issue. And my minister has worked tirelessly to ensure that, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, the lights have been kept on. I do not recall any time within the 3.5 period that we've been at the ministry where there's been queues at any of the filling stations. We've kept the nation moving. We've worked tirelessly in the upstream space to ensure that our hydrocarbon reserves are increased. We've worked tirelessly to ensure that Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation is increased. We've worked tirelessly to put together our energy transition document, which is guiding our policy framework going forward to achieving net zero by 2060. And so it's been an exciting period, but I guess that it's time to go on to new challenges, and with your support and approval, whatever experiences that
and
I've
leave you
gathered
with
in
the minister.
sector.
So you mentioned ECG. Every time we talk about ECG and money, what we fail to talk about is that the people of Ghana are paying levies to the tune of 7 billion every year. What ECG collects is roughly about 1 billion. But that 7 billion, in the form of energy sector levies in fuels and electricity, being paid by the people of Ghana, is going to the Minister of Finance. And the management of it is not transparent. And it has always been the reason why we still have challenges with money in the energy sector. Please. This is the former energy minister who has been there for 3 years. I know it's a concern, and I'm speaking for you. If I had my way, they will allow the energy minister to manage the ESLA funds directly. So I want you to comment on that. How ESLA funds has not been transparent in the management of the sector.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure whether ESLA funds have not been managed transparently, because every year the report is submitted to Parliament in accordance with law. And whatever the revenues that have come in and the expenditure that has been expended out of that is reported to Parliament. There's always a debate on it. A report of the committee is adopted by the House. Yes, you make reference of ESLA proceeds that go into the ESLA fund, but then again, the Ministry of Finance pays for the commodity price of Jubilee and 10, and now Sankofa, Jubilee and 10, post foundation. All that is money that is coming from the ESLA. And so I'm not so sure whether the attribution that is being mismanaged is entirely correct. Thank you.
You know that we are still stuck with 3 producing fields. And even though a lot of work is being done, we have not actually added a major producing field. And we are stuck with this producing field, which production has really gone close to 50%. I know it's a cause for concern. What are the reasons why the investors are not coming?
Chairman, I'm sure that you're very much aware that prior to the Russian war, major OECD countries had taken a decision to move away from oil and gas exploration financing. And so that itself impacted investments in oil and gas across the world. Post or during the war, it became apparent that energy security was also critical as opposed to energy transition. And so the refocus in oil and gas exploration has started again. Of course, the Jubilee Southeast project that was done added 30,000 barrels of oil to our daily production, and that's significant. We've approved, under the leadership of the minister, the acre, now PECAN plan of development, and we expect that it will reach FID by June of this year, and see some
That's not a
activity in
new
that
production,
space.
it's just an expansion of the Greater Jubilee. Is that correct?
There's a new development within the Jubilee field, and that in itself is an addition to the field. It increased our reserves to about 160,000 barrels per day today. And obviously, its significance cannot be overlooked. And so, as I was saying, with the new excitement about energy security, I believe that we still have some investment opportunities that will come up to ensure that we do not have stranded assets in our hydrocarbon space. Thank you.
Very much. Let me take you quickly to your news sector. Scores of tourists have expressed concern over the poor condition of most of our beaches in the country, as often they are confronted with heaps of rubbish washed ashore most of the time. The tourists, and I'm quoting the Ghana News Agency, during a tour of some of the beaches, including Labadi, Sakumono, and others, that these beaches need cleaning, and they call the Ghana Tourist Board, authority actually, to do more to clean our beaches, because that really will help promote tourism. Can you tell us if that is a concern and what steps you are going to take?
Chairman, obviously it's a concern, and my understanding is that there's been some, especially with the Labadi and some other communities, some raging dispute between some youth groups and operators of the beach from the government of Ghana side. And so the revenues that they generate from there is not channeled through the right channels to ensure that some are used to clean these beaches. But I'm told that there's been some resolution in sight, and I would pursue it to ensure that that is concluded, so that the requisite investment that then goes into cleaning the beaches are made available to ensure our beaches are clean. Thank you.
I think this question has been asked, but I want to broaden it a little bit. The World Bank identifies strategic areas of tourism development in Ghana, including diversifying tourism products. And they look at 3 areas: promoting domestic tourism. What initiative will you have to encourage Ghanaians to explore? That has been asked. Diversifying tourism products. How will you promote and develop other areas of tourism, such as ecotourism, cultural tourism, and historic tourism? And then leveraging cultural heritage. How will you utilize Ghana's rich cultural heritage to promote tourism? These broadly is what will take us there and wake the sleeping giant of tourism that I believe is really a sleeping giant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you're right. Usually, when you hear tourism, the focus really is on tourism, if you like, without recourse to the creative arts sector and the culture. Okay, and so it is packaging the cultural heritage that then enables you to promote and market to ensure that people then come in to have an experience. And so I know that the Ghana Tourism Development Company, together with the National Commission for Culture, are all working on programs that then will help in boosting visitor, turnover in Ghana. The National Film Authority is working to set Ghana as a production hub. They're working on some tax incentive regime that then would encourage production of movies and all that. And all these, when they are concretized, will then improve our visitor turnover. And these are issues that I will focus on when you give me the nod to ensure that we increase our tourist turnover here in Ghana. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Baba.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Bobo. Good morning.
Lydia, morning.
Your name, Andrew Egyapa Mercer. Egyapa. Do you have any relationship with the Egyapa royalties?
Mr. Chairman, my recollection is that Egyapa royalties was incorporated pursuant to an act of Parliament of the Republic, which then set up the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act. Egyapa royalties is wholly owned by the government of Ghana. It can never have any connection to my Egyapa now that my father, the late Adjei-Mensah, named me after. Thank you.
Can I refer you to your CV, please? If you have a copy of your CV. Let me start from page 7 and 8 of your CV. Conferences, capacity building programs attended. 2023. I note that 2023, out of 12 months, you traveled abroad 8 times. 8 times. Between November to June, it looks as if you live at the airport. Can you explain who funded these programs?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't know who funded those trips because I'm delegated by my minister to attend some of these conferences on his behalf. And so I go on the marching orders of my boss. Thank you.
And you don't know who paid for your ticket?
I don't have any idea as to who paid because...
And you did not sign for per diem?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether the per diem will indicate who is paying.
Honorable Bobo. Bobo. Bobo is his name. Bobo.
Is that a correct
That's
name?
how native secondary citizens call him. I'm a native, so I call him Bobo. Bobo. That's his name. So, Bobo, let me refer you to the same page 7. Leadership position held. Directorship in several corporate organizations. Directorship in several corporate organizations. Can you list some of them?
Mr. Chairman, obviously, at present, I'm not a director in any entity.
But can you list some of them?
I can.
Your own? You can't?
I can.
Can you please give us some names?
I served as a director of Zoom Lion Ghana Limited. I've been a director at Mercer & Co. I've been a director, I believe, at Streamline Resources. I was a director at TG Energy Resources Ghana Limited. J Plant Pool Ghana Limited, I served as director there as well. These are the ones that come to mind there. Of course, Mercer and Co, the law firm that I founded as well, I was a director on it as well. Yes.
So you served as a director of the famous TG Energy. And you are aware of the TG Energy's relationship on PDS.
Yes, I am.
Did you play any role in the PDS arrangement?
Chairman, I believe that when I appeared before this committee 3.5 years ago, this matter came up, and I was categorical that even though I was a director on one of the consortium companies that formed PDS, I played no role whatsoever in PDS arrangement.
So at the Ministry of at the Ministry of Energy, obviously as a deputy minister, did you play any role in resolving the PDL's fiasco?
No fiasco has come to my attention relating to any entity, PDS or otherwise, that will require my contribution in resolving.
Are you aware of the PDS issues?
I'm not aware.
As a deputy minister responsible for energy, are you telling the people of Ghana that you are not aware of what has gone on PDS?
I'm not aware because I'm sure you're very much aware of the functions of the deputy minister to assist the minister, and so is the function that the minister gives you that you work on. I haven't worked on any matter related to PDS in the past 3.5 years.
Your minister is saying he has never given you any PDS job.
He's right.
I will take that as an answer, and I'll hold him responsible in future. But let me ask you once again. Are you worried that Ghana lost millions of US dollars on the back of the PDS issues? Are you worried at all?
I am not aware of any losses that Ghana made in respect of the PDS transaction.
Are you
I haven't
aware?
worked on it, so I wouldn't know.
Let me come back again on this matter. Are you aware that the US government, through the Millennium Challenge account, decided to withdraw the millions of US dollars they pledged to support the ECG in dealing with energy issues? And this amount was withheld as a result of the PDS issues.
I read it in the newspapers.
And were you worried about it?
Mr. Chairman, obviously, if the transaction had gone on, or the conditions had been met, then government of Ghana, through the, believe the Millennium Compact, would have received that money per the reports that I read to help improve the sector. But the reports that I read also indicated that some conditions were not met, and so government terminated the transaction.
Your predecessor, in fact, the immediate past minister responsible for tourism, is on record to have said that he's going to leverage on funerals to boost local tourism. Do you share in his vision?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure whether mourning your beloved ones necessarily can translate to a tourist attraction. I'm not so sure.
No, can you take that again, please?
So I'm not so sure whether mourning your beloved one can be turned into a tourist attraction. But of course, the ceremony itself has some cultural significance that may be interested or interesting to some people who are desirous of learning our culture when it comes to funeral. But I don't know whether that can in itself be marketed for people to come and visit and attend funerals by way of tourism. I'm not so sure. Thank you.
What is your own vision for the new sector you are going in? Briefly, can you explain to us your own vision?
Mr. Chairman, I see my role as really promoting Ghana amongst all the 196 or so countries across the world and urging people to choose Ghana over and above every other country. And so I think that my vision for the ministry is to see a ministry that promotes Ghana, puts Ghana's promotion at the forefront, harness all our talents in the creative industry space and our cultural heritage and promote it to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Honorable Adjei-Mensah, your own view. Do you think the passage of the anti-LGBTQ P++ bill will affect the sector that you are going?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I answered this question earlier. The Deputy Majority Leader posed the question, and I said that, yes, it is likely that it may impact Ghana's attractiveness to some segment of people who feel strongly about the law and its passage. It may also inure to our benefit as well for people who feel strongly that the passage of the law is right. So it cuts both ways. There will be some wins, there will be some losses, and that will be my own position on the passage of the law. Thank you.
If the president calls on you to advise, how will you advise him? As a sector minister, if the president calls on you to advise him before he takes a decision as to whether he should sign or not to sign, what will you say?
I would ask him to weigh both sides. But obviously, Mr. Chairman, the president is operating within a certain constitutional construct. And I would expect that he would follow the Constitution and arrive at a decision that the law enjoins him to arrive at. Thank you.
Yesterday, your colleague at the Ministry of Finance advised the president based on fiscal impact analysis and advised the president not to sign. Obviously, as the minister responsible for tourism designate, granted that you'll be passed, and the president calls upon you as minister that you are not only a minister responsible for tourism, but culture. So you have tourism and culture, and the two of them, you are the minister. He will certainly have to call on you to advise. What will you say, my brother?
Mr. Chairman, like I indicated earlier, there are pros and cons to every decision. And that's exactly what I'm going to, if you graciously approve me, and His Excellency the President makes a call on me to advise, that will be exactly what I will tell him. Thank you.
I know you are struggling, but when you get there, I'm sure you'll write a memo. You write a memo. But before I conclude, let me ask you, do you share in the vision of your flag bearer, the vice president and the flag bearer of the NPP? Do you share in the vision, in his vision?
As he articulated at UPSA.
Correct.
Without a doubt, 100%. Thank you.
He said, as you rightly pointed out at the UPSA, that he, if given the opportunity, he's going to reduce the size of his government as president to 50 ministers. Do you share in that?
I said I share in his vision 100%. If I could go higher, I probably would. But yes, I share in his vision. Thank you.
Do you know the size of the current government?
Of His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo?
Yes. The size of ministerial appointees.
I think it's about 83 or so. Yes.
And you are one of them.
Yes.
And you share in the 50 ministers rule.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that being nominated or appointed is only a privilege to serve. It cannot be that one will remain a minister perpetually. And so if the vice president, by the grace of God, he becomes president on the 7th of January, and he decides that I'm not part of his government, I will thank him and go and practice my law. Thank you.
Will you consider resigning? Will you consider resigning and to make effect to the vice president vision?
The vice president's vision, Mr. Chairman, he has indicated that when he becomes president, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo is the president today. And so I don't think that resigning would necessarily go to advance the vision of His Excellency the Vice President when he becomes president. Thank you.
So how will you convince me, as a firm believer of my flag bearer's position that ministers should not exceed 60, to vote to increase the size of ministers to 83? How will you convince me to vote for you today if you also share the same vision? Why 2025 and not now?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that when the Constitution gives the President the room to choose or appoint ministers and deputy ministers to assist him in executing his vision, that's exactly what it is. And so His Excellency the President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's indication to Parliament is that these are the numbers of people that he needs to execute his vision. And so we have to support him to execute his vision. And so I would urge you to approve me so I go and assist the President in executing his vision. In the future, when a new president comes and feels that he can do it with less numbers, we would support him to execute his vision at that point as well. Thank you.
Obviously, there was the need to get the people of Western Region a cabinet minister, because for the entire second term of President Akufo-Addo, 3 years, 2 months, the people of Western Region does not have a representative in the cabinet of President Akufo-Addo and Alhassan. So obviously there was the need. But you need to explain to me. And you've done something, so I'll hold it there. But let me finally make this point. Honorable Bobo. I now understand the reason why you said you had a good time with the minister, and the minister said to you had a good time. You will have a good time. You've had a good time indeed. I've counted the number of travels, and it's amazing. Good time. Good time. So, on your conferences.
Mr. Chairman.
No wonder you are going to tourism. I don't know of the minister's CV. You've had a good time.
Mr. Chairman, on the contrary, I don't think that traveling necessarily is a good time. Because I have a 11-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 12-year-old that I would love to spend more time with them than I have the opportunity to. And so it really, the good time that my minister indicated we're going to have is related to work.
Is your wife behind you?
Yes.
Okay, now I understand why you're telling us.
She is. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I will end here. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, I'm interested in the funeral bit of tourism which people appear to downplay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the data or the throughput of hotels in the Akan enclave? Have you by chance look at the throughput, the rate of lodgings in the hotels in the Akan enclave?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Does it show any pattern over the weekends?
Yes, it does. Occupancy rate definitely increases over the weekend.
And have you spoken with your tourism authority what their findings are about when funerals, someone they call big funerals, and the relation to hotel occupancy?
Mr. Chairman, not yet. But, of course, I live in this country. And I know that our culture expects us to commiserate with our friends and family, colleagues when they are bereaved. And so we all travel once upon a time weekends to attend funerals in one part of the country or the other. Thank you.
Well, if you ask me, for those of us in the Akan areas, the only time family members contribute for anything, bear every cost together, is when there are funerals. So for me, when we're talking tourism, I recommend to you that you look at funeral tourism and encourage investment in that. Probably if you ask the airlines, they can also tell you over weekends when there are funerals. Last Friday, I struggled to get a flight to Kumasi. Morning to night, all of them were full. Friday to Monday, because there was a funeral, a big funeral at Drabing. So when people poo-poo it, I'm surprised.
It's a believer of the funeral tourism.
It's a big funeral business. It's a big business. It's the only time you won't make losses because everybody will pay. The cost is borne by the entire community. And I have a small investment in funeral business. And I'm telling you, I'm telling you, if you go to many of the small communities, the only reasons hotels, guest houses have sprung up there are because of funerals. If you take away funerals, there will be no hotels and those other businesses, the events businesses. Funerals are the ones that are holding them. So I urge you to look at that, see how you can leverage on that to
create more jobs.
Attach other activities to that. Anytime there are big businesses, big funerals, clubs, pubs, other entertainment, restaurants are all full, and they are all within this area. So I'll urge you to look at that and encourage more people to invest in those areas, rather than people closing streets to conduct funerals. Urge people to take places, create beautiful parks, and rent them out for funerals. And I'm sure it's a good area for investment. I wish you well.
Thank you, Chairman. Well noted.
Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. We will discharge you for now. You will hear from us.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm grateful.
There are a few people I must acknowledge. I've been giving a long list, but by our rules, you are permitted only 5 visitors. So I'll acknowledge only 5. Jemima Mercer Abuaje, she's the Mrs. of the nominee. Mrs., we thank you for. Is your sister? So where's Mrs. in the list? So Jemima is a sister. You're welcome. Awolai Ati Brukusu, the chairman of the regional foundation, the main of Lower Axim. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Kusiajiman, the 9th, a main of Lower Disco. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Kobranketia of Visicado. Nana, you're welcome. What's the name of Mrs.? Mrs. Carleen Mercer. Okay, great. You're welcome. Okay. All other persons, we thank you for attending upon the house. Yeah. Mr. Obeneji is a member of parliament, so he doesn't need. He doesn't deserve. We thank you for attending upon the house. Senior public servants who are here. I've seen the tourism authorities and other people I know. We thank you for attending upon the house to support the nominee. You will hear from us. Thank you. Mr. Mercer, you're discharged.
Clerk, Mr. Let the next nominee come in.
Kindly bring in the next nominee, please. Honorable nominee, kindly take your seat. Can all other persons take their seat, please? Kindly administer the oath.
I
I, Lydia Seyram Alhassan,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but
But
the truth.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Lydia. Honorable Lydia Seyram Alhassan, you've been nominated for the position of the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. Before then, what was your role in Parliament?
Thank you, Chairman. Just before then, I was the first Deputy Leader of Parliament. Before then, I was a Member of Parliament for the good people of Ayawaso
Have you
West
ever been
Wagon.
Deputy Leader?
I was the first Deputy Whip.
You're coming to accept somebody's role.
What did I say?
Very well. It is our tradition. It is our tradition here that we treat our leaders differently. You have been leading the team over the years, so we will treat you as a leader, as we are. But first, introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Introduce yourself. properly.
Thank you, Chairman. Lydia, Alhassan is my name. Born to Madame Mary Adjei-Mensah from Volta region, Achiavi and Hipe, and Ibrahim Alhassan from Ampaha in the Central Gonja district. He died when I was 2. I grew up in Kokomlemle. I started life from there, attended Bethel Academy Preparatory School, continued to Avedakba RC in the Ketu North district, continued to Lome, where I had my secondary school before coming back to Accra. I started work at an early age, set up a pharmacy 30 years ago at Tesano before going back to school. I studied entrepreneurship at Gimpa, the Green Hill College. I continued to do my master's in marketing at the University of Ghana, the Premier University, which happened to be in my constituency, Legon. So, I have been...
When were you elected to Parliament?
I came to Parliament on the 5th of February 2019.
And in the next Parliament, you were elected or appointed a Deputy Whip.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
As a Whip, what were you doing for members? What was your role?
My role as a whip was to facilitate and be the welfare issues of both, not just majority, but sometimes the minority. As a whip in Parliament, we support each other. So I supported my sister at the other end. We worked hand in hand. I also was a leader of the women. Having been the leader in the majority, the woman in the majority, I also was a leader of the women. And issues concerning women were addressed during my tenure as the whip.
Very well, colleagues. That's your leader. As I've already announced, we treat leaders differently, but I'll leave that to you.
So,
Congratulations.
okay.
Leader.
Thank you very much, my dear friend and brother.
You're going to a very important ministry. So that is a very important ministry. I know we are not going to deviate from the custom, but I'll just give you the opportunity to articulate your own vision for this very important ministry and what you hope to accomplish. I know the vision there is sustainable water and environmental sanitation for all. So you can give us your own view on what you hope to achieve at that ministry.
Thank you very much. Chairman, as he gladly said, the executive instrument that establishes the ministry has provision of sustainable water and environmental health sanity. Mr. Chairman, currently, the ministry has done a lot. As you are aware, our president set a vision that he would ensure that during his tenure, Accra and Ghana become the cleanest city. This, he went ahead to create the Ministry of Sanitation and Water to establish his commitment to this call, a call that is for all Ghanaians to rally behind the president to ensure that we achieve this. Through this, the Gamma project came on board, the Garrick project came on board, the gas slip project also came on board.
All right, leader.
I'm continuing.
You're continuing.
Thank you.
Lydia, we have decided to treat you differently. So we won't let you talk too much, okay? All right, because you are our leader.
I have a message from the
All right, the women caucus want to say something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Women Caucus, and I think we met, that we extend a hearty congratulations to you. We know that you can perform and make us proud, so we give you our best wishes and hope for the best for you. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Yes, another member
Thank
of the
you,
women
my
caucus.
women caucus. I appreciate the love and the support.
Congratulations once again, leader. Once a leader, always a leader. We, the women in Parliament, have had the opportunity to enjoy your leadership. We know what you can do. We know what you have done for us as a women caucus. And so we are sure that you go to the Ministry of Sanitation and make women proud. This is the only time we don't do partisan politics. We don't have too many women in leadership position. So as a practice, anytime a woman is elevated, we all rally behind that woman. And we are lucky that a great one like you has been elevated. We wish you all the best, and you continue to get our support in whatever you do. Well done.
I am grateful and thankful, my dear women.
Another woman caucus member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee and a sister, going through your CV, we have no doubt you will deliver. So I want to say congratulations on behalf of all women in Parliament and also in Ghana, especially the market women. We say congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear sis.
Are you a member of the committee? No, we have decided not to allow non-members because if we start, we can't stop. So the Committee on Works and Housing, how many people are representing the committee? No, there have to be two from each side. So I'll allow one each from the committee members. Your ranking member, are you? Deputy ranking, who's the ranking? Okay, the two of you decide who will talk. Let me go to the lady first, then I'll come to you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. As we all affectionately call you, my Lydia, we're so proud of you, so proud. And on behalf of all women in Parliament, I'll also add my voice to say congratulations on the nomination. We believe that you're going to excel. There's no doubt about it. And I'm also particularly happy about the ministry that you've been assigned to, which is sanitation and water resources. We know that women love beautiful things. And even when you come to my Lydia's office, you can see that she is off to a very good start. So I believe that moving forward, we're going to see great things in your ministry. Thank you very much.
Yes, committee members, which of you will speak? Yes, Vincent.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me congratulate you, a nominee. Just a simple question. Fortunately, you mentioned about the president's vision of making Accra the cleanest city in Africa on a scale of 1 to 10. How do you read the president's vision? Because 4 years, I think this was even mentioned, that was 2017. So just rate the president on the scale of 1 to 10.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would say that it is not really about the president. It's about us. It's about Ghanaians. Our attitude towards cleaning Accra. Provisions have been made, all the infrastructure investment have been made. What we have is attitudinal, the persons to ensure that we keep our environment, our workplaces, the market, wherever we find ourselves, to ensure that we all join in this noble call to achieve the purpose or the target that the president has set, not only from himself, but from us all. Thank you.
So, leader, since the president announced that vision, where will you place us? Are we 4/10, 5/10, or 6/10? Have we improved or we have declined?
Mr. Chairman, it is a process. It is not an event. And we are going through the process in achieving the president's vision. Thank you.
Now I'll come to leadership.
Chairman. Oh, Chairman.
Treat our leaders differently. It's not like any regular one, please. When you want to ask one question? Yes, go ask one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leader indicated that she comes from Mpaha, and Mpaha is within the Savannah region. And somewhere 2016, the NDC government, led by John Dramani Mahama, got a loan to do the Damango water project. President Akufo-Addo and the MPP came in and stopped the project at a point. At the moment, the government is working at getting some funding for the water system in Damango. President Akufo-Addo in 2019 went custard and assured the people they were going to have the water. It didn't materialize. We are in 2024. Leader, you are a daughter of the region. I just want you to give some assurance to the people of Savannah region that I want to get that from leader. Yes, I want to get that from leader so that when she comes to the Darkoa Palace, the people will be happy to receive you there as their daughter.
Thank you very much, Chair. The water issue in Damango, it is very high priority on my table, together with the managing director, who happens to also be a son of the region. This doesn't mean that our focus will just be on the region. Let me assure you and the region that we'll do all that it takes to ensure that the project that has started is completed timeously. As we speak, high-yielding borehole is being constructed to hold the fault whilst the main projects come on board. Thank you very much.
Very well. Do the leadership want to ask any questions?
Mr. Speaker, you have almost gagged us from saying anything. And congratulations, David Lydia. Onwe wodo.
Akpe kaka mone yuan.
Afi ava obe elfofombe yematonwa wo vetian. Nuka vonele.
Vovomalamokrao, Manyaba, with your support and all of you here, Madowaga or Jemia Katamiang, I will do it to the best of my ability and to the appreciation of all of us. I'm grateful.
Mauna no clue.
Honorable Chief Whip, ask for Akbekakaka, I understand it. But the rest you have to assist the translation with the Hazard department and the record people, okay?
I thought all the staff of Parliament are multilingual. So,
No, they are
I
not.
just congratulated her and said that I was told she's scared of the vetting, but she appears to be even trying to speak more than those who were not scared. So I was wondering what was going on better. And I just wished her well in her new role.
You know, my very first case I did at Assizes, a murder case, the man was acquitted. And when he was leaving, the judge asked her, wouldn't you tell the lawyer, Akpekakaka? So I asked the judge, what's the meaning? I asked him to thank you very much. So as for Akpekakaka, I understand it, right? Yes, leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I'm aware of the long-standing convention that leaders, both sides, must be treated differently anytime they appear before the appointment committee. And I can agree that this has been the case ever since I've had opportunity to be here. But regardless, it's important for me to clear some few questions, very few questions. Very few questions. Mr. Chairman, first, I want to find out from our colleague, the immediate past first deputy whip of the majority, whether she has any regrets based on what happened at Labauleshi. And if so, what measures are we putting in place that this matter does not happen again? Speaker, I ask this because this is a matter that borders on the future of our democracy. And as the MP, I think it is only fair that she makes a comment on the matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the incident that happened on 31st January 2019 is unfortunate. Mr. Chairman, as a candidate whose focus was to win an election and support the voiceless, the underprivileged, and support my constituency, my intention of doing that was not to win through violence. As you are aware, I was nowhere near where the incident occurred. We all remember how I was received the first day I stepped foot into Parliament. A woman who was in pain, a woman who was grieving.
It's okay. Take it cool. Take it cool. These are emotional matters, so take it cool. That's right.
I am glad there's an opportunity to bring a closure to this matter. And I would like to clear it off my chest. As you all are aware, I was nowhere near when the incident occurred. But as a woman, I was so touched by it. And I pray what happened on that day should never ever happen to any person trying to represent his or her people. It should, I pray, that it should never ever happen again in the history of our quest to lead this country in our democracy. It should never, issue of violence should be thrown into, it should never happen in our elections ever again. But as a woman and as a mother, I have done my bit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much once again. Mr. Chairman, I will ask another soft question. Soft question. Mr. Chairman, the Community Water and Sanitation Agency, CWSA, will be under the ministry that you have been designated to. If you are lucky enough and this committee approves you, you'll be serving under. It has been reported that this agency has 2 CEOs, all taking salary at the same rate. One has been asked to proceed on leave, yet drawing down on salary, and another one has been appointed to act in that position. So in principle, there are 2 CEOs. Given the opportunity, how will you resolve this matter to save the taxpayer some money?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is a sole prerogative of a president to appoint people, and I, if given the nod as a Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, cannot question the president's decision. However, I cannot question the president's decision. It's a decision of the president, and it is not in my place to question the president's decision. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, one last question. Maybe the ladies are looking at me. No, the ladies are looking at me, and when it comes to ladies, they don't joke. They always want to make sure they are protected. So my last question. Your predecessor, not the immediate one, the one before, the Honorable Cecilia Dapaah, has been in the news for some reasons. And it's not new to me. I won't be the one to say it, but you know he's been in the news. You are going to the same ministry. I want to encourage you to be careful. As a colleague, so that going forward, you will also not be in the news. So, Speaker, I rest my case.
That's a comment, it's not a question. I hope you'll be in the news for your work in the ministry, ensuring that the household toilet facilities government is implementing reaches many, many Ghanaians. I want you to be in the news for that. I want you to be in the news for sanitation, that the things that we are preaching against, we're able to sustain the preaching and help change attitudes. I want you to be in the news for the Honorable Member for Chanapaga. Is it Chanapaga? Yes. Solar to Nakaba, that the water is complaining about has been provided. I want you to be in the news that the water project, which was commissioned at Anyuan Kwanta and Dominance in my constituency, have been completed, okay? So I want you to be in the news, but for the purpose for which you're being appointed by the minister. On that note, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. As we know, you're a leader. We have worked with you. We know you. You qualify under the Constitution because you're a member of Parliament. Nothing stops you from being a minister. And we do not have any report about any scandalous matter about you. So we be assured that your colleagues will certainly recommend you to the House to be approved. Thank you. You're discharged. Unfortunately, I do not know the beautiful people behind you, so I cannot acknowledge them. But we thank all of you for coming. Togbeo, Mamao, we thank all of you for coming to support the nominee. Thank you very much. Lydia, the leader, you're discharged.
Thank you all so very much. I am grateful. I am thankful. Thank you. May our good Lord continue to bless us all. Thank you.
The mother is here. And
They have already.
But what about the mother said she would like
Mama Mary Mercer, the mother, we thank you for coming. We thank all of you, the sisters, for coming to support her. Thank you.
Senior, what's your mic?
Kindly administer the oath. Kindly administer the oath to the nominee.
I
I, Martin Kweku Adjei-Mensah Korsah,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Martin Adjei-Mensah Korsah. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your elevation from Deputy Minister to the Minister. You appeared before this committee some 3.5 years ago, or is it up to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. No, it's a little over 3. It was June 2021.
Yes, please.
Okay, so a little less than 3 years ago. You placed your CV before us. We asked you all the relevant questions then. Is there anything new the committee must know about you, which was not covered in the last one?
Mr. Chairman, nothing new except my age. Just kidding.
We will add 2.5 years to the age as was advertised in the previous one. Have you added any more children since?
One more.
So you actually have more to declare. Did you add another wife?
No, please.
Very well. No. Colleagues, the Honourable Member for Teiman South and current Deputy Minister for Local Governance, but also the nominee for Minister for Local Governance. The floor is open for members to ask questions. Yes, Teiman North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I was put on notice to declare relationship, which I will gladly do, that Honorable Martin Adjei-Mensah Korsah is carrying an Adjei-Mensah that belongs to my father. That notwithstanding, I'll do my work properly. Congratulations, Honorable Adjei-Mensah Korsah.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in times like this, how one wishes he was the leader of the House and belongs to the Women Caucus.
Unfortunately, there are many women in leadership, so when you come, we treat you very well. Honorable nominee, Section 6.4 of the Presidential Transition Act, 2012, Act 845, enjoins the President to hand over to the Administrator General a month before election. So what it means is that from March to November, how many months? In addition to the fact that the Electoral Commissioner has brought out the timetable, you don't have that much time to be a minister for local government as you have been nominated. Within this short time, what do you think you can do to leave a mark at the Ministry of Local Government?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. 9-10 months, yes, but I come from the background that these are governance issues. And, Mr. Chairman, a day, a week, a month's involvement in governance means so much, because a decision can have a lot of impact on the lives of our people. And so 9 months in the life of a government, I think it's long enough to make some changes. My minister, the Honorable Damboche, has done a lot of wonderful work that remains unfinished. And so there's a lot to do to bring to finality most of the wonderful initiatives he started.
We have a lot of issues with floods and droughts. When it rains, we have challenges. When there is dry season, we have challenges. If you are giving the nod as the local government minister, what measures will you put in place, especially in terms of disaster preparedness in the local government, to ensure that these matters are mitigated when they happen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the honorable member. Issues of flood are a serious one, especially Greater Accra, which becomes the hardest hit many times in our history when flooding occurs. Currently, under the ministry, the honorable minister did a lot of work under the Garrett project. It's a collaboration between Ghana and the World Bank to tackle flooding. So some 17 municipal and metropolitan authorities have benefited from that program. And a lot of work was done last year. So the flooding situation was very managed. And I think that that work is going to be built upon. It's a program that is running for about 5 years. And so we are going to continue it. We are engaging with the stakeholders within these assemblies. Part of it is also going to be what I would say we should identify around the country. Everywhere there is flooding should be a flashpoint for us. And there should be particular attention paid to it and prepare before even rain starts. What is being done should also include a look at the human factor. I mean, last year I had the opportunity to be around the Greater Accra one, and you see that where you have huge storms or drains, just at the buffer where people must give way, that is where structures have been put. And that impedes free flow of water and its attendant effect when the flooding occurs. And so we look at desilting gutters, dredging, and then also the human factor to make sure that people stay clearly off the waterways for water to be able to move freely when rains occur.
Thank you. Now I take you to December 7th, 2020. Before the Electoral Commission announced that you had won the election, something very sad happened. People lost their lives. Others got injured. What have you done about it? And what assurance can you give to the people of Teiman? I'm sure everybody is listening, waiting for this question. What assurance can you give them that this will not happen again? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe it was December 8th, and it was after the announcement of the results. Mr. Chairman, what I think we should, or I would say, is that it was a very regrettable and sad event. The honorable member who just posed the question would attest to the fact that in the run-up to the elections in Teiman South, we had relative peace. There was cordiality, and for the first time, the parties came together, worked together, prosecuted a campaign devoid of violence, tensions. Little did we know that on the 8th of December, after the declaration of results, we're going to have what we had. As politicians, we are in elections to win, but human life can never be a substitute for winning an election, especially so when it was about my victory or an election that I was involved. A lot of lessons have been learned. I think that we have come together even much more than before that incident. I relate very well with the family, and we have helped them to get back on life. But I think that it does not end there. There was an election where there was an election security task force headed by the police commander. I believe in learning lessons and making sure this does not happen again. They ought to have given us some report. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that the Honorable Ambrose Derry, who was then Minister for Interior, traveled to Teiman and assured us that there was some work ongoing. And later on, we were made to understand that the matter had been sent to court. And so we were waiting to see what they do until that happens. I think that somehow it has to be brought to a finality. But what I can say before this committee is it was regrettable, very sad, especially so when one of those who lost their lives is my nephew, who got hit by a bullet. And so my word is that very regrettable. It should not happen under any circumstance. And I don't expect it to happen because of the lessons we've learned going forward.
Chair, on that assurance, I don't have any further questions for you.
Very well.
Nominee, congratulations. Just intervention, I'll come in, but she specifically asked your specific role, the specific role you played, especially after the aftermath, the things you've done to really show leadership in this area and bring people together. Personally, tell us the things you have personally done.
Mr. Chairman, personally, I undertook to support the families. So together with some friends, there was a request made of us from one of them. We extended it to both of them. A 5-bedroom house is being put up almost at near completion stages to support the families. The hospital bills were supported with, and we continue to support them because we have become family, more or less, after the event. I mean, I relate very well with them on a daily basis. I believe I recall my last vetting when one of them was in here to support me. So, Mr. Chairman, anything material we have done, but to also add that that cannot bring back the lives lost. So, for me, the lessons to be learned and the fact that we should guard against this are more paramount to me than the personal support that we've given to these families.
Very well. Yes, really.
Honorable nominee, congratulations on your elevation. My question relates to boundary disputes in some of our districts due to the demarcations that have been done. There are some disputes when it comes to some assemblies. And at the center of it is IGF. So it can get a bit nasty because when MMDCEs know that controlling some markets will bring in some IGF. We can never tell how far they can go with it. So I just want to find out from you what you are going to do to address these boundary disputes.
Thank you very much. I agree with the honorable member on his question. Some work was done, I believe, in 2020. Just 2019, Mr. Chairman, just before the census, the steering committee of the Ghana Statistical Service set up a committee, a technical working committee, to look into these things and submit some report so they could commence their work. A report was submitted and some recommendations were made. There is some ongoing work to try and implement it. Amongst them is getting regional coordinating councils to intervene and address some of these issues, and also some sensitization of stakeholders, chiefs, MMDAs, and so on, and a general look at the documentation, the mapping of these areas. Is a wide range of recommendations, and I think that we need to implement them and strengthen the regional coordinating councils to going forward be an arbiter and deal with these things before they get out of hand. Mr. Chairman, that is also to add that even in some instances, some regional coordinating councils are themselves in dispute with other regions where they share boundaries. But nonetheless, we need to commit to deal with it, and we will do that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Honorable Member, I want to find out what you intend doing to increase IGF in the various assemblies, because it's been a serious issue. I think the assemblies are always waiting for a common fund to come in before they can make important projects. So I just want to find out what you intend doing to increase IGF.
He will increase the IGS for Tepa North Assembly, or
No,
what he will do
what
to
he
assist
will
them,
do
to assist them,
yes,
or
exactly.
facilitate
Yes,
very
exactly.
well. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would support the local government service to deepen this work. Just to add that some districts also are less endowed. The potential to generate IGF is very, very negligible or non-existent. But I'll support the service to embark on this vigorously.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Bodo.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable colleague, congratulations.
Thank you.
On your appointment. I just want to quickly follow up on what our chairman has just asked you. In our constitution, the 1992 constitution, Article 245 lays it upon the assemblies to collect all property rates, levies, and fees. But somewhere along the line, the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Finance, should I use the word connived, to take away that job from the assemblies last year. Indeed, when we went round, we saw the Minister of State for Local Government signing contracts with a third party to collect property rates on behalf of the assemblies. Minister of State at the local government. Yes, I saw his signature. So I want to find out what will be your posture to this particular issue, collection of property
Honorable
rates.
Obiamwa, are you raising an issue relating to your name being mentioned?
Thank you.
Minister of State is Obiamwa.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Kindly put your mic. I want to be sure of what is the problem.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. I know he's referring to me.
Kindly address me, please.
Yes, I know he's referring to me. He said Minister of State publicly signing contract of third parties. I don't know what he means by third parties, but if it's anything that we signed, it was memorandum of understanding between the districts and GRA, and we witnessed as ministry. That is all. So I don't know what he means by...
Very well for the correction. Now you may proceed with your question.
Mr. Chairman, I
Honorable Nilante, I'm regulating the proceedings. I haven't given you the floor. No, please. No, please. When he finishes, I'll give you the opportunity to ask your question. Yes, Honorable Podo, continue.
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I'm saying, that the ministry, in collaboration with either GRA or Ministry of Finance, signed a contract with a third party called City Solutions to collect property rates and share between them and the assemblies. That's what I'm asking. What will he do about this? Is he going to do the same thing, or he will drop the idea of helping the assemblies to collect their property rate?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, I agree with the Honorable Member. Government policy directed that an arrangement be done between the Ministry of Finance and, for that matter, GRA and a private company. Local government was not signatory to that agreement. Again, my understanding of that agreement was to add technology to enhance the collection. But as we speak now, Mr. Chairman, there is a reversion. Government has reverted to the assemblies, per directive, that the assembly should continue collecting it because there were challenges in the implementation and the contract has been cancelled. So the contract has been cancelled, but for now, the assemblies are back in control in collecting these property rates.
Honorable, and you're still a minister, the deputy minister of the ministry. What has been the success rate of the assemblies collecting their property rate as at now?
Mr. Chairman, they had not been doing well, and it was not as efficient as it ought to be. Part of it was because of the state in which it was. So the idea of this contract, as I understand, was to add some efficiency, add technology, and then when the funds are collected, revert back to the assemblies. But again, in that process, there have been some implementational challenges. And so it may be the finance or GRA who, in hold of that contract, can tell us exactly what they got wrong. But what I do know is, as we speak, it's been cancelled and that duty reverted back to the assemblies.
Mr. Chairman, it's important that he responds to the question because what we heard was that they had withdrawn it. So nobody knows whether when he assumes full responsibility for the ministry, he will reintroduce it. That's the reason why he has to respond to that. Mr. Chairman, my second question is in relation to this Assembly's Common Fund. In Act 455, which first established the DACF, there was a mixed responsibility of the administrator to the minister and then to the president. But in Act 936, emphasis is on the president. I want to find out what he understands by these provisions in the law, and how will he relate to the Common Fund Administrator for things to move properly.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, to the best of my knowledge, Act 455 has been repealed and replaced by 936. And the duties of the DACF administrator is quite clear in that act. As a sector minister, I think that I'll work with everybody. I mean, once an agency under my ministry, if I'm giving the nod, I can assure the honorable member that I will work with them in accordance with the law.
Oh, you can have one more if you wish.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I think in the reorganization of ministries and agencies, the local government is one that suffered most dismemberment. Oh, yes, that is true. They took away sanitation, special initiatives. Ministry took away a lot of activities from the ministry. Sanitation has been taken away. Zongo development has been taken. So I want to find out what the minister will do to restore.
What is the minister's job currently?
Minister, I want to find out what will you be doing as Minister for Local Government? And what will you do to find some work for yourself?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our country, Ghana, runs on two spheres of governance, national and local governance. And the Honorable member would agree with me that local governance or local government is quite a huge responsibility to be presiding over 261 assemblies, about 16 regional coordinating councils, and other departments and agencies under the ministry. So there's certainly a lot to do.
Yes, anybody from, yes.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations to Honorable Martin on your elevation. One area that Act 936 encourages and mandates is that of bringing all the decentralized bodies under one umbrella. But in our visits to most of the districts, particularly health, education, we find that they are kind of semi-autonomous. What are you going to do to ensure that they all come under one leadership for the betterment of the district?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is a crucial aspect of our national decentralization program. And currently, the IMCC, Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, is engaged with that activity. And so I believe we'll push it through.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again. So more on the progress we are making with the decentralization. You have been in that ministry. You were in the one that the regional reorganization, and so you are very familiar with that terrain. What challenges have you observed over time, and one or two solutions you propose once you assume the ministerial office?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I believe there's a lot of similarity between the work of the Regional Reorganization Ministry then and local government now, especially stressing on the decentralization component, bringing governance closer to the people, deepening inclusion and involvement in decision-making, and also making sure that development is accelerated. The biggest challenge that one encounters is funding. I mean, we have a very well-structured local governance system driving our decentralization program, but we need to back it with the needed resources to achieve what we have to do, be it infrastructure or service delivery.
Mr. Chair, my last one. A lot of agitations, wishes, and so on from assembly members. They look at MPs and they say MPs have common fund. They also, what's your position on that? The assembly members and the fact that they crave for some allowance or some kind of compensation for the work they do. What's your take on that?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the assemblies can support the work of assembly members at that level. And where the need comes is beyond their control, the national can come in and support.
Yes, Nilante.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. My very good friend Martin, 1970. You were born in 1978.
Mr. Chairman.
When I was in Form 1 in Bechim Secondary School. So a small boy, sir. Oh, a small boy. I was chasing your sister. My first question will take you to your own National Decentralization Policy document, which was launched by your minister. In your estimation, what has been your success rate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of progress from the end of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, and again, some work within the Assemblies. The focus has been on local economic development, and immediately some programs and policies from government, i.e. one district, one factory, the planting for food and jobs, planning for export, gives the opportunity for you to engage at that level in pushing and deepening decentralization. So yes, it's been a lot of work in progress. The blueprint ends this year, and I'm aware that there is some work currently ongoing by the Interministerial Coordinating Committee to review and launch a new one. But my interactions indicate a good success, a good progress, which can be built on going forward.
My next question goes to the Local Government Institute. It's a special institution set up to train human resource and build their capacity within the local governance system. Through Parliament and Mr. Chairman, your Committee on Local Government and Rural Development, and through the District Assemblies Common Fund, a lot of money has gone into the provision of infrastructure in Tamale, Akumadan, Madina, to lift up the school to a level that is befitting the status of local governance in this country. There has been some challenges. What will you do to make sure that that aspiration, that dream, to make the Local Government Institute the most preferred institute as far as the human resource capacity in the governance system is concerned?
Thank you very well, Mr. Chairman. I agree very well with the honorable member, and it's a very important question. It remains an institute where we have that specialization in training and building on human capacity, just not within the sector, but beyond. They are engaged now in all kinds of training and enhancing human capacity and so on. I think that we need to look at a number of proposals on the table. Given their work, the Honorable Minister Danboche had been working on a request by them to be given a university accredited status, which will enhance their work. Again, as you rightly said, a lot of infrastructural improvements have been done and continue to be done. So we will give them the needed support in terms of resources to reach that appreciable state of improvement so they can continue to serve well and enhance our human resource capacity within the sector.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. Oh, the first one was just a remark. I'm the chairman of a committee.
Chairman of which committee?
Your agency, the Parks and Gardens, is one very important institution when it comes to the maintenance of the flora and fauna of our country. But they are under siege, especially the Parks and Gardens in Accra and Wa. Their lands are virtually being encroached upon. And I know they have complained. What will you do as a minister to forestall the situation whereby political apparatchiks are virtually taking over the lands of the Parks and Gardens?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the Honorable for this very important question because it's one very dear to my heart. As Deputy Minister who had oversight responsibility over the department, the Honorable Minister charged me at a point in time in work to do a country round trip. And I cannot agree more with you. In fact, just yesterday, I had a concerned citizen send me a WhatsApp message of a filling station being developed on the Wa. Yes. I think that public lands or state lands remain public lands. Once there's been no decision by government to relinquish its interest, it remains state lands. And we need to reclaim them back. Until we act, the impunity will not end. If you go to the Western region, if you go to everywhere, Accra, it's just being taken as if there's no care or caution. So I think that we should immediately, if I'm giving a note, one of the things that I would want to focus on would be to reclaim back all these lands to the state. And going forward, do some proper documentation for them. My challenge is, Honorable, these lands, for all the years that they've been there, you don't find proper documentations on them. And in some instances, it is the chiefs who give them out. They are there. I mean, you can go to them and try to regularize, but we need to begin some work and make sure that we protect these lands. So I'm very much with you. It's dear to me. And if the committee gives me the nod, it's one of the activities that I'll focus on very much.
Mr. Chairman, the other issue has to do with spatial planning. Almost all our cities are becoming like, let me say, it's amazing. It's amazing. Urbanization is also churning out sprawling cities. And the level of control as far as development is concerned is lacking. So, and I want to use my own city, Sunyani, as an example. Sunyani, which used to have very beautiful demarcated lanes and things today, is almost gone. What will you do to ensure that the spatial planning policy of the district assemblies are adhered to stop the level of indiscipline in the development of our cities?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, it's a very important question. It's one that mitigates against our push for urbanization. We virtually succeeded in creating slums within urban Ghana. And every effort to plan beautiful cities is being fought with this indiscipline. I think that we would have to resource the agency and be very strict with implementation. The haphazard siting of containers and other kiosks is a problem. Again, Honorable Chair, I want to tie that in with other sector agencies. You go to a place, a well-planned community, then you find an electric pole in the middle of a road. So right from inception, no proper planning was done. I think that we should elevate the place of spatial planners and then make sure that we resource their work and be firm and strict at implementation. That way, I believe we can get this off our way.
I don't know, you have had four. Please,
I'm bleeding.
please,
I'm bleeding my
Nii,
last.
before you came, we didn't have this challenge. I'm following up on this one. I'm following up on this one. Honorable nominee, the challenge you have at every district assembly is the mindset of the people you recruit. Do you give them any orientation about what is an urban settlement and why we create the lanes? Do they, your training school, what do they tell them about maintaining the discipline in land use?
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I believe it's simply an issue of indiscipline. People do know what to do, but all these things goes on. So I think that, Mr. Chair, now you have LUSPA under the ministry. And so when we say we want to commit to do it, we can. Once we are given the mandate, we'll do that.
Honorable Minister, the challenge is that they don't see anything wrong with what they're doing. I've personally met a district or whatever plan officer with a tape demarcating the areas around a planned area. And I asked him, "You're coming to put chaos here too?" Then he was laughing. It's all over the place. And then when I leave, they say, "Oh, they're offering cramba now over instructions." Because they don't see anything wrong with that they're doing. They think that, in fact, what they said was that economic activity is low, and so they should allow this small thing. Why don't you put it in the remote area somewhere? But the only beautiful place, well-planned area, tarred areas, that's where they put them. And you can't see the beauty of the cities. The mindset of the people who employ is what we should look at. I'll give you one more before you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Need 1 second. But I think I want to follow up on what the round speaker has just said. More than the mindset of the people, the laws are there. We simply do not enforce the laws. You know, I've always said this 1 million times. Communities across advanced countries, people there are no more disciplined than us. You know why they follow the law? Because they hid them in their pockets. They hid them in their pocket. You know that when you do this, you will be fined and you will pay for it. Minister, you need to promise us that you will implement the laws in the book. That's all. That's how people become disciplined and law-abiding.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Again, as I said, LUSPA now has an act and some operational guidelines. I believe the rules or the laws are very clear. The assemblies are under local government service, staff under local government service, and we intend to enforce. If people who make the decisions in allowing these to go on answer to the law, I believe that that also gets checked. So within our purview, once we are empowered by this committee, I promise you we'll do our best to make sure that there's some leadership, there's some sanity at the level of those at the helm of affairs, and that should translate. Because if you don't allow it, there's no way it's going to happen.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to have one more chance. Mr. Nominee, I'm going to take you to a very vexatious issue. There has been this advocacy from people that if we cannot have election of MMDCEs now, at least within ourselves, there must be a policy direction or a sort of desire that we reduce the patronage and look at the quality and the qualification and the competence of people who become MMDCEs. So people have been advocating for their lists. People to be appointed have a minimum level of qualification. Do you share this view? That at least we must look at least people with a minimum level of qualification desirable of the office of a chief executive, instead of just appointing people because their fathers were party chairmen or they were secretaries of constituencies and things to be DCEs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do agree with the honorable member that to assure efficiency, the quality of people who get appointed should be there. But it's another matter deciding at what level do you look at it. To even stretch it further, there are those who have said that we should tie in some responsibility. People should sign some performance contract to say, at the end of the day, in a year, how much revenue are you bringing? How many jobs are you creating? How many tons of waste have you collected? There should be some real impact on delivery. And so I agree with you to enhance efficiency the quality should be there, but again, there's a decision to be made how we go about it. But Honorable, I want to say that maybe as a country, we should also bite the bullet and decide for ourselves the way forward on the election of MMDCEs. I believe that in principle, we all agree to an election. The challenge has been whether or not having consensus on partisan lines. And we need to bring this matter to a finality so we can enhance our local governance program. Otherwise, it becomes a problem.
Yes, leadership. Yes, Chief Whip first.
Honorable, congratulations.
Thank you.
Page 2 of your CV. It has become a trend for nominees. So far, this morning, you are the third person to highlight the summary of travels they have embarked on. And I keep asking, what exactly are you trying to put across to the committee? If you keep, I've had conferences, I've attended conferences, they are traveled to this. What exactly are you trying to put across?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, is a requirement for the CV build-up.
Requirement by who?
There's a format that you accept from the Secretariat to provide your CV on. So this is the guidelines that you have to build your CV on.
Okay, so the conferences you have attended on page 2, though you didn't label your CV in terms of pages, what exactly have you done with these conferences that would help you in your new role if you are confirmed?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, if you look carefully at the CV, you realize that there's been only one of such travels in my time as a minister or a public servant, which is the UN second session assembly in Kenya. So there's only one.
Honorable, on page 3 of your CV, you membership of boards and committees. You said till date you are the chairman of CBEG Ghana Limited, chairman of Dura TPL Ghana Limited, Youth Employment Agency. So you are on 3 boards, at least by this. How are you going to be able to cope with these roles in addition to being a local government minister?
Honorable Chair, these are activities that are off your work schedules. I'm being invited by private company, to serve on their board or to be a chairman. And I sought the leave of Parliament. Mr. Speaker has granted it. So I do it out of my work schedules, my work periods.
Thank you, Honorable. Exactly what does a local government minister do from Monday to Friday? Can you tell us, briefly, when you go to the office, what do you do?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. You do the work of a minister. And the local government ministry is a very huge ministry. You are talking about the entire local governance structure of the country under your control with these attendant agencies and departments.
So with this huge scope that you have described, what do you do with them when you get to the office on Monday?
You attend to work. And You have, for the staff of the ministry, virtually all directors are reporting to you, from chief director to everybody. Decisions have to be made. Government policy has to be achieved. I mean, the life of a minister.
You are aware we have minister who is also responsible for local government, but with a different title, who is our colleague, Honorable Obi Amwa. So which part of the work do you do and which part of the work does he do?
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Chair. I just alluded to the fact that the local government ministry is a very huge one. So the Honorable Minister of State, as it existed in the time of Honorable Dambotre, he works up to the minister in achieving the ministry's work.
You have you mentioned a number of things in terms of sanitation and others, which I'm happy about. I'll come back to now. But you see, so far, I'm not sure whether Ghanaians actually pay any minister to go to the office, because there's, as you described, so much work, but it's not able to tell exactly what work. Maybe if you are a lawyer, you go to the office, you say you are writing briefs or you are getting brief from somebody. So what does, I want to just understand, because as a member of parliament, as the times come and go, we've noticed something. For instance, the Common Fund Administration appears to be doing many of the works. Today, there are courts being built, there are schools being built, there are so many things being done, and it's all supposed to be things that are local issues, which you don't do. So it is difficult for me to understand that you are only acting, as you said, as a minister, because chief directors need to report to you. And I ask myself, if my DC, does my DC in Adaklu need you to perform her duties as a district chief executive in Adaklu? If yes, tell me why she needs the Minister of Local Government to do her job as a district chief executive in Adaklu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The minister, or as minister, you are in charge of driving government's policies and programs. And so you being the chief representative of the president in the ministry, see to it that his vision is achieved within the sector. And all that happens within the sector, it starts and stops with you. I mean, every district chief executive within the country, 261, reports to you, of course, through the LCC, but you are the final arbiter. And then all the other agencies, as I've said, including departments and so on. The real work of governance, administration, is under your purview.
You talked about waste disposal, which I believe we are all passionate about. You are aware, you are my colleague in the House, the sanitation and pollution tax into law. Do you have any idea how much has been collected so far and what that money has been applied to?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that is under Environment, Ministry of Environment, so I may have to check on that.
So how does sanitation, money collected for sanitation, become an issue of environment? Whose job is it to get Accra clean?
Honorable Chair, that is a work in collaboration with Ministry of Environment and the Sanitation Ministry.
Okay. Does Ministry of Sanitation actually sponsor or monitor how towns, cities are clean?
Honorable Chair, the Ministry of Sanitation has the mandate of our sanitation issues in this country. It used to be under local government, but no more. What happens is that in the course of their work, some implementation happens within the assemblies, but the mandate, the decision, is driven at Sanitation Ministry and not local government.
I can see you have experience in private enterprise, which I think is good. If you were running Ghana as your private business, will you create a sanitation ministry different from Ministry of Local Government, where you know that cleanliness of a city is a factor of local governance? Will you do that?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, for fear of not wanting to think for the president, but I will say that some issues are important, especially the health of a country. Sanitation issues are about the health of a country. If you want to give it focused attention and situate it within the context of being taken seriously and delivering the results that you desire, you may want to. I believe that may have been part of the decision by His Excellency to have it as a standalone ministry out of local government. But that is not to decide for him. But I think that, yes, if it's an important issue that deserves that focus and specific attention, you may want to do that.
Okay, so if I drive by the beach road in Teiman and I see people dumping refuse into the Ramsey site, who should I go to? I should go to Ministry of Sanitation, or I should go to the local assembly?
Honorable Chair, local assembly. Because I did say that sanitation has the mandate, but of course they implement their programs through the local authorities, which is the assembly.
Would it be too difficult if I suggest to you that you should appeal to the president to bring back the issue of sanitation under your purview, so that you can actually be responsible for those things? Because you see, Ministry of Sanitation does not have direct staff at Adaklu District Assembly. The staff there are more or less people who, as you said, you are oversighting. So if you have, we have created a fund in 2022, we are told they collected 196 million Ghana cedi. And that money is rather disbursed through an agency which you don't have control over. I feel you should encourage you to appeal to the president to bring back sanitation under your purview. Not because you are looking for more job. I'll be happier to know that when we have problem of sanitation in Adaklu, I can call you, or I can call upon an agency under you who is responsible for that, rather than sanitation. Will you consider that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Given that in this enterprise you must be open to suggestions, I'll indulge you on this one. Thank you.
My final question, Chairman. Some of us have become very concerned about the law that we have passed in Parliament, which defines what common fund should be, or how it should be administered, and what to do. You have served as a deputy minister for a few years now. Do you see any challenge in the way common fund is administered versus the programs and policies of your ministry?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, I mean, I've given the backdrop that some assemblies have virtually no capacity to raise funds, virtually no endowment, no potential. So the only source of sustenance becomes the common fund. So in times where its releases are not forthcoming, it gets very frustrating, and it grinds the local government system to a halt. I mean, imagine the life of an assembly without any other means of support except the common fund. If it doesn't come, then it's a problem. But oftentimes, yeah, that is it. I mean, I agree with you.
Chairman, I'm done.
Yes, Chief Whip, we have no question. Yes, Deputy Leader.
Congratulations, nominee.
Thank you.
I see on your CV, you were, from April 2017 to 2021, you were the Deputy Minister of Regional Reorganization and Development. So you were part of the team working with the minister that supervised the creation of new regions.
Yes, Honorable
Is that
Chair.
correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a very intense exercise under the Constitution, Article 5(2). Now, it was a very important exercise. One of the focus of that exercise was to ensure that we deepen our democracy, and ensure rapid development. We also made some promises to some of these new regions. As we speak today, a lot of these new regions, and I'll use the Western North, for example, the hopes and aspirations of these new regions that were created, rapid development, making sure roads were done, making sure water, electricity. Some of them felt that we probably could have left it the way we were. And so we are where we are in terms of the rapid development of these regions. More importantly, the mandate of your ministry is to ensure good governance and balanced development of MMDCEs. Minister, you know that there is real uneven development across districts as well. So how will you address the current disparity between these regions and MMDAs and ensure equitable development across the country within this your short period of time?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Except to disagree with my senior brother that we haven't achieved much in terms of development. We have. At the last count, there are about 121 individual projects spread across these regions. Honorable Chair, as we speak, in each of the regional capitals, or for each of the regions, the newly created regions, you have a regional coordinating council. You have all the decentralized agencies of state at the national level, decentralized with offices. You have various edifices, police command with about 12 flats. And this is happening in all the places being built. In fact, as I speak, Honorable Chair, about 85% of these 121 projects have been completed and it's been occupied. And I mentioned Savannah, I mentioned Western North, and I believe Northeast, whilst the rest are at various stages of completion.
I want to interrupt you. You are talking about the means to the end. These structures are meant to get these regions to see the water, the electricity, the roads, the schools. I want you to address those. In fact, while you are at it, the promise of 1 million per constituency, which really we have translated into this development, has not happened. So address the regional structures, the new jobs for coordinating officers are great, but how has that translated into development?
Well, Honorable Chair, I was just going to link you to where you have just landed and try to amplify the benefits. Of course, development is a process. It cannot be an event. But these structures are there, coupled with the inclusion of people in our governance process. If you go to any of these regions, the same landmass, it has not increased, but the representation from there to the National House of Chiefs is doubled. I mean, if you take, for example, Bono Ahafo, it used to be 5 representations to the National House of Chiefs. Now you have 15, with the inclusion of Bono East and Ahafo. So for all the other areas. Now the Council of State representation, there is one from each region. Again, the offices that have been set up in these areas has created jobs for people. Roads, yes, it's also happening, but I believe, Honorable Chair, I understand your apprehension that maybe it has to go faster, but we are good off with what is started, and I believe that as we go, we will get there. It's a process.
Well, thanks for your honesty. Obviously, we could do better. Let me take you to something that I'm very concerned about, and it has to do with citizen participation at the local level, the governance level at the local level, and ensuring greater accountability to the populace. That was the real original reason for decentralization, our whole focus of trying to make sure we create these assemblies and all of that. Because this has implication of how excited our citizens will be, how they will even be ready to participate in local elections. The numbers keep going down. Our recent election, we had to get the Minister of Local Government to come to Parliament to appeal for people to, and gave us some very worrisome numbers, which is really not what the Constitution envisaged. It means that our democracy, which is really at the local government level, unit committees level, we are really not participating. And the reasons are clear. The benefits are not coming. Exactly what are the things you will do to really get citizens to be very interested in local governance, and then ensure that the assemblies will be accountable to the people? I was asking a question of a district assembly, for example. When was the last time? He's getting my questions. The last time a DCE, I know that in the past it was happening. DCE kept meeting communities on every quarter, for example, to answer questions in different communities. So exactly what will you do to really ensure local participation and accountability at the local level?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I may want to answer the question in two parts. The first part, as I understand, decentralization is a reform. And in its practical terms, you are giving away power, functions, responsibilities, and so on. You need to back it with the needed resources. I don't think that that challenge has been overcome by us in our decentralization efforts. And that's something that we need to continue to work at. But the second part of your question, I see as one of advocacy. Again, it brings to the fore the issue of whether or not we should engage in partisan elections at the local level. This country electorally has shown a character that we are awakened by politics. Partisanship drives us more than non-partisanship. And that, for me, has a lot to account for what is happening at the local level. We have to continue to engage. We need to shape our people's interest and get people involved. But I think that it's a process. I mean, you will not achieve it in a day. It's quite disappointing, the numbers that we record consistently over local level elections. It's dwindling, but maybe that is one reason why we may have to make a partisan election so that we can reverse the trend. Thank you.
One of the worrisome trends is also the irregularities, financial irregularities at the assembly levels. Let me give you some numbers here. The report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the district assemblies for the year that ended December 2022 indicated total irregularities over 20 billion, amounting to about 48%. This number was really higher than the previous years, and it continues. In fact, I don't have the 2023 numbers, but obviously that number continues. So financial irregularities is a very serious issue at the district assembly levels. Can you address the strategies you put in place to reduce that drastically?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Two strategies. One, let's continue to deepen and tighten the protocols or the controls that leads to leakages. And two, we should punish offenders. I mean, I just underscore the fact that our local governance system or decentralization is highly under-resourced. Once we have a challenge with resources, under no circumstance should anybody working for or within the system decide to engage in irregularities that would paint the picture that we are talking about. But when those are established by the laws, I think that we need to punish people to serve as a deterrent. That is something that, if I'm given the nod, I want to take a very serious view of. And under no circumstance should meager resources be told with by people in service of this country.
A lot of the promises by this government had a focus on the district assemblies. One district, one factory. One district, one dam. One district, $1 million. In each of these calls, if I take you through the process, I take you to the one district, one factory. The government later came and revised it and said, you know what? It has nothing to do with the district. If it is viable, we'll go there. But the viability is not there. As we speak, we spend over 10 billion. It says we've created 157 jobs. So many of the districts, including my district, Elemble district, never saw your one district, one factory. The one district, one dam, I won't talk about it. You probably would tell us. One district, $1 million was later revised. I don't know what was done. Will you revisit these government policies that excited so many people at the district level to really make sure that these promises are kept?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It's just a clarity. I think the one village, one dam was relative to northern Ghana, not across the country. Oftentimes, people have sought to lump it together as though it was the whole country. No. If you talk about the one district, one factory, I'm happy to report that the figures show a lot of progress over, not every district, but I think over 120, 30, I stand to be corrected, are operating now, whilst others are at different stages of construction. So there's a lot of plus there. Planting for Food and Jobs, we ended the first phase in chapter 1 of the Akufo-Addo administration. Chapter 2 has just commenced. And I think if you put it to test, it's really having an impact on people's lives. I have said, Mr. Chairman, we could use that as a basis to deepen our local economic development effort so that we can transform the lives of our people at the grassroots. Once people find it attractive and engage in it, we can use that to transform their lives. So I would urge a deepening of that policy. One district, one factory, planting for food and jobs, and then planting for exports. It could be a very good way of deepening our local economic development model under the decentralization program.
My last one, in light of growing concerns about environmental degradation and climate change issues, how do you factor that? Oh, I'm done. It's 4. Oh, 4. But, oh, please. So this issue is very important. Environmental issue, environmental degradation. As we speak, it is really a problem when you go to some of these streets. And if we factor in the issue of Galamsey and the destruction of our forests and our water bodies, exactly what steps are you going to take? And often, and I'm not going to go there, you know that, and the reports are clear in the public domain, where even officials, and in fact DCs, have been complicit in some of these activities. Exactly what steps are you going to take to address issues that are raised, especially environmental degradation and our water body challenges?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe all these concerns that you have beautifully stated, I share in them, but it boils down to one thing, making our laws work. Honorable Chair, I hold the view that if just a 40% of our laws in this country are made to work, we'll be better off. Enforcement is the key. And if I'm given a nod by this committee, per the laws, I believe that enforcement will be key to make sure that we don't keep on with this current trend. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
my able cousin or in-law, both. Honorable Minister Designate, I'd like to know from you that the last time that we had report from the local government committee, there was a mention of 1,000 motorbikes that have been supplied to assembly members. My honorable colleague here is asking about citizen participation. I'd like to know how the provision of the 1,000 motorbikes have enhanced the work of the assembly members in the last term, and I would also like to know that do you have any intention of giving new motorbikes to the new assembly members that are now in office? Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mama Pat. Yes, I believe that as policy, some 9,600 assembly members, so to speak, elected and appointed, are eligible to receive motorbikes. And that is against the principle of enhancing their work in deepening rural participation by way of engaging with their base. And so that comes as one of the solutions to resourcing them to do their work. There's been mention of extra support for them. I think that we cannot decouple that from what is going on. What I think we should be looking at is, should an assemblyman be paid? Some assembly members are already government workers. Again, they don't work full-time at the assemblies, but their work must go on. Giving motorbikes is one support, one way. But if monetary terms comes in, then maybe we should look at how to, within a certain fund, enhance assembly members' work so that it goes beyond saying, I'm going to pay you because you don't have them as full-time employees. And some of them are already even on government payroll as government workers. But if there is a fund, then they are resourced, and just below them, there are other unit committee, other members. So there should be an arrangement to deal with supporting the base to really enhance our decentralization process. That's my view, but it's open to discussion.
Thank you very much. My next question is on the conflict between the MPs and MMDCEs. Honorable Minister Designate, what is your view on the proposed election of MMDCEs? Because it's been the perception of people out there that once we elect them, it's going to bring down some of these conflicts, and we'll have a very smooth local governance system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I first of all would say that the issue of conflict between members of parliament and assembly members, MMDCEs, is a worrying one. I mean, in our normal lives, there is bound to be conflict. But where the conflict becomes deliberate or orchestrated for partisan reasons, then it becomes a problem. If an assembly member if an MMDCE decides to frustrate an MP in assessing their common fund or so on and so forth, I don't think that the punishment goes to the MP. It's rather the members of the community who must benefit from the MP's common fund who get denied what they are due. And so I personally take a very serious view of deliberately frustrating MPs with regards to their common fund and other relationships. But in the long term or going forward, I think that I share the view with having to elect MMDCs all the world over. I think with the exception of Pakistan, Malaysia, Ghana, and some parts of Canada are the only places where we don't elect MMDCs, and more so on partisan lines. So I think that we have to make it happen. It brings some accountability and responsibleness on the part of the chief executive. And so I'm for it. I think that it's not a good thing, especially as we get into an election cycle. This situation could worsen because of partisan interest. And so before then, we have to manage the situation. And we'll do so that people do not suffer unduly because either the MP or the MMDCE decides to act in a way that brings conflict and that they are not able to benefit from the work of the MP.
Thank you. And this is my final question to you. I'm going to be a bit personal on my regional basis. I want to find out from you the status of the ongoing redevelopment of the Kumasi market phase 2 and the Crofro market, and then maybe add on to Takrady market cycle project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I'll use the Kumasi one to answer for all. I believe it's an issue about funding. My understanding is that government went in for private funds to carry out this project. So the first phase of the Kumasi KJTR market is being completed, and the management team is in place managing it at the moment. The second phase, which is the central market one, is stalled. But it's due to our IMF situation. Lenders or people who hold the money have held back a bit. It's the same situation with Takrady and so on. I believe as we inch forward, there will be a turnaround, the situation will improve, and then we can complete those projects.
Thank you. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ranking.
Okay. Honorable Martin Kweku Adjei-Mensah Korsah.
Brato.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Honorable Minister, do you know of a software called DREV?
DREV, yes, Honorable Chair.
And what has happened to that software?
It's supposed to be a GIZ program.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time I checked, there were some discussions about it. We've had to agree to disagree on some management aspects of it. I think I may have to check, but there's been some disagreements. And it was just before the introduction of the property rate that we just talked about. So I just may have to check with the state of it between we and the partners.
Okay, so you are aware that that software was supposed to be used by the ministry or by the MMDAs to collect the revenues at the district assembly levels?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
And for some reason, government has departed from the use of the software and have awarded a contract to a private company to collect this tax revenue, property rates.
Honorable Chair, at the last count, nearly 80 districts were enrolled on the system and were using it. But as I mentioned, due to the disagreements that came, they opted out of the program or its use.
I've cited a letter from GIZ threatening to stop the release of all donor funds because after they have invested so much money in the development of this software for the purposes of raising revenue, your government that you are part of as a deputy minister have decided not to use it, but rather you have awarded a contract to a private individual.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I must concede I'm not aware of this development, and I'll take a cue from you and get to understand exactly what it is.
I will share the letter with you. But
very grateful.
What is the state of the revenue collection by the district assemblies at the moment? IGF.
At the moment, the assemblies are fully in charge of the collection of the property rates. As at last month, there had been a roadmap rolled out for them to begin the collection.
Since when? Since when have they been in charge?
Well, since the finance minister announced in Parliament that government was reverting back to the old order of assemblies collecting the property rates.
Has your ministry conducted any form of audit with the private company since the private company took over that mandate and collected revenue on behalf of the district assemblies? Have you conducted any form of audit?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The arrangement stood between GRA and, for that matter, Minister of Finance and the private company. And so that will be within their purview.
No, your ministry obviously has to ensure that what is due the assemblies goes to them, isn't it?
Yes, Honorable Chair. My ministry has asked for some information because the company operated for a year, after which the contract was abrogated. And so even if the assemblies are to go and do the collection from now, it's important to know which areas had been affected by the earlier contract arrangement, who has paid what, who has not paid, so you don't go and bill people again. So some information is needed, and we hope to get that from the GRA to guide the assemblies as they go.
Do you know why this contract was abrogated?
No, I don't know that.
Has it come to your attention that some of these MMDAs were complaining that they were not getting what they are supposed to get from this private company?
Yes, that has come to my attention, but beyond that, I believe there were some other technical issues.
Will you, if approved, take steps to get the monies due this assembly from this private company back to them?
Very much so, Honorable Chair. I will commit to do that.
Can I take it as an assurance?
Very much so.
Honorable Nominee, how many ministers are in your ministry at the moment?
Per your kind approval, if I'm approved, I'll be a minister of state, and 2 deputies.
So you'll be 4?
We have always been 4.
You have always been 4?
Please.
Since when?
Since I went to that ministry.
Have you profiled the ministry going back? Have you profiled the ministry going back vis-a-vis the number of ministers you've had ever since it was established, for example?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I may be able to do up to the minister before the Honorable Danboche, but beyond that, I have not.
Are you aware that previously, under the previous administration under President Mahama, we used to have a minister and 2 deputies?
So there were 3?
Yes.
As against 4?
As against 4.
Well, I thank for the information, but I haven't checked that.
Do you share in the vision of His Excellency the Vice President?
Yes, I do.
And have you heard him say that he wants to reduce the ministers to 50?
I have. As President, he intends to do that.
And we have 9 months to election. So if he wins, unlikely event that he wins, then what happens?
Per his program, I believe he will outline that vision. And
so why not now? Why 9 months' time?
Honorable Chair, I believe the Vice President is not the President of this country. The President, per his program, believes this is what has to be done. But I don't think the President can provide for the Vice President's promise.
Okay.
Yes.
So since we have a Minister of State at that ministry and 2 other deputy ministers, will you consider resigning and allowing the Minister of State to do the work and to reduce the size of government for the country to benefit from the cost? will you consider resigning?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I think the work at the ministry, as I stated earlier, is enormous, huge. Every minister is assigned a particular scope of work to do. You have some parts of the country out of the 261 districts to administer or to supervise, whilst again, some departments and agencies. And so it's well covered under the current number.
So can you briefly, since you've worked at that ministry for years, can you tell us how many agencies under the ministry you have under the ministry?
Well, we have the DACF, you have the LUSPA.
Which one?
You have the Local Government Service, then you have ILGS, Institute of Local Government. These are the agencies. Then the departments, you have BEP and DED, you have Parks and Gardens, and then of course, community development.
Have you compared this to the Ministry of Education? In terms of the number of, how many ministers do we have at the Ministry of Education, for example?
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I want to say that decision rests with the president. He, per his vision, decides what he wants to do at a particular time. I'm not sure that I'm well placed to get into the thinking of the president as to why he has a number of ministers here and why he has this here.
In view of our current economic challenges, don't you think the time has come for us to prune down the size of government?
Honorable Chair, I believe in some time past, there were more than the current number that we had per the program that the president envisioned. And based on the level of achievement at a certain time, he decided to prune it down. We have had pledges from, for instance, the two leading parties on how many ministers they intend to have, looking into the future of what our situation is and what they think it would be. So I believe that the numbers have not been static. It changes as and when we go. And I'm not present yet. Okay. Maybe we'll leave it to when that time comes and they decide. They
so you have a presidential ambition?
No, I'm saying I'm not. So when those who want to be president and I'm giving their words on how many ministers they want to have.
Okay. Will you mind to sacrifice your position and save the public some money by resigning once again? I want to ask you this question. By starting with you to bring down the size of government, will you mind?
Honorable Chair, as I stated earlier, on principle, given the norms of work or the normative of work, I believe that that is not an option for me now.
Honorable member, you are a member of parliament, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
If you resigned as a minister, how much money will Ghana save?
Honorable Chair, I must place on record that as I sit before this committee, there are some perks of the office that I'm not benefiting. For instance, I don't live in a government apartment. I live in my own house. So that's even a save to the purse.
My point really is, what is the difference between a minister's pay and an MP's pay?
It is about 200. It's a little under 500 cedis.
So how much will the government save if you resigned as a minister?
But Honorable Chair, let me just place on record again that under this administration, no minister of state who doubles as an MP takes salary as a minister. If you're an MP and double as a minister, you take a salary as MP and not as minister.
So how much will government save?
None.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, let me place it on record that you may be taking MP's salary, but at the end of your term, they will calculate the top up and you will accordingly be paid. So it is not money you've given back to the state for free. Yes, it will be paid back to you because you have not written and said that you don't want that salary. Number two, You may not be staying in the government's accommodation, but they have calculated a percentage being a rent advance that you will get, that you are due. As an MP and as a minister, the percentage will be calculated and you will get it back. No, it's always been the case. Honorable Podo is here. We've done that calculation so many times. And then, Mr. Chairman, yes, as an MP and as a minister, you get salary as an MP and you get top-up. But there are other perks of office. Other perks of office.
Very well.
Like, whilst you get a car loan here, when you are at the ministry, you get an official car, an official saloon car. So all of that are parts. And so impression should not be created that if you are an MP, you are getting the same salary as a minister and the perks are the same. They are not the same. They are costs. Maybe in future, we'll have to do the calculations.
Let's go on.
Thank you very much.
Leaders of
Thank you very
parliament
much,
get the
Honorable Chair.
same thing as
So I need to find out from you. I need to find out from you. What role does the ministry and the MMDAs play with the working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources on this community mining?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that in line with government policy to check mining, the MMDCEs, as heads of security within their localities, have had to lend support to making sure that the situation is checked. And so at some point, there's been some collaboration between the appointees as DACF or MUSEC or heads of security at the municipal level and the ministry.
Honorable Nominee, a matter of great concern to all of us as members of parliament has to do with how regular the District Assembly Common Fund transfers money to the district assemblies. Are you equally concerned, obviously as a member of parliament and a minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm concerned about it. That is one issue that if you approve of my nomination, I intend to engage and let's see how we can solve this problem. Because I did underscore earlier that it's a major problem. It stalls work at the assembly, and it's not good for our program of decentralizing and making sure that we deliver results for the transformation of the lives of our people.
Another matter of grave concern to us has to do with the deductions of monies that is supposed to go to the assemblies from source. Contracts being awarded at the district assemblies common fund secretariat level. And this money, instead of it going straight to the district assemblies, it's not going to the district assemblies. And money is being spent here in Accra as against what should be spent at the district level. Are you aware and worried about it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I mean, we are in the era of decentralization, and the Constitution enjoins us to decentralize on all legitimate fronts. So, to the extent that we centralize, as you put it, purchases or procurements in Accra, it's unacceptable. I mean, it defeats the purpose of our wanting to decentralize the systems of government and to make sure that it trickles down. If I'm giving the nod, that is one area that I think we have to look at if that is the way to go.
What will you be able to do differently? Because your immediate boss tried and was not very successful. What will you do differently to be successful this time?
Honorable Chair, I believe if you approve of my nomination, I'm going there as a minister of the sector. And if it's illegitimate, it cannot be made to continue. With your powers given me, I should be able to change the status quo.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I can't end without asking this question. 9 months to elections, 9 months. 4 years ago, there was an issue in your constituency during the elections. 6 people were injured. 2, unfortunately, lost their lives. What measures are you putting in place as a young man with your political future ahead of you to ensure that this bloody situation does not happen again in your constituency, so that you will not be tagged as such? But it doesn't stop me from asking it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe I spoke about this matter earlier. I decry violence in all forms and shapes. In this instance, I say it was not, for instance, an issue between 2 political parties. It was an issue of police or security officers against some members of my constituency. As unfortunate as it was, I think that it's sad and regrettable, and we cannot let that continue. I mean, the incident as it happened, for instance, I was away when that happened. But if it had happened when I was there, I could have been the victim. Anybody else could have lost their lives. I have again said that 2 of the people who died, Ayarik is my nephew, so to speak. And so it's worrying. It's a very worrying thing. And not just Teiman South, any other place where we recorded that. We cannot say that for the sake of our elections, a life must be lost. And so I don't think that it's a good thing. And I can assure you, we are resolved as a people in Teiman South. I did not benefit from it in any way, but it's a worry there and anywhere across the country where this happened. And never again should this happen. We have to make sure that security preparedness, arrangements to deal with such issues is also looked at. Because at all times in elections, you have regional commanders as head of election security task force. And so if the police commander is in charge of security task force, how on earth should that happen? I mean, it's unacceptable.
Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Honorable Martin Adjei-Mensah Korsah. I wasn't referring to your father. I was referring to Korsah, the one named after your father. So I'm part of his family, so I'm straight.
Maybe, Mr. Chair, later you have to tell the history.
Yes, sometime later. But you have answered so many questions. I'm only interested in one area. We have discussed the failure of local governance with regard to spatial planning. Tell me what can you do differently to ensure that
thank you very much,
the communities are rid of, at least preserve, what do we call them? Avenues that we can call, if you take any community, this place there, please take your kiosks out of here. Can we assure that we can do something? If you take Wenchi, where I did my sixth form, the last time I was there, I was angry. You could not see any of the beautiful buildings left and right that we used to pride ourselves in when we were walking down the street. You go to Teiman, the same thing. You come to my hometown, Bekwai, the beautiful places we are struggling. No, Bekwai is better. Kokubate will confirm. But we certainly are losing the beauty of all the urban areas we built because of kiosks and containers. Tell me what you can do differently to ensure that we return to where we were before our insanity started.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Luckily for starters, LUSPA, which used to be under the Ministry of Environment, is now being placed under local government. So it's a good gel for some work to begin. But I must also say that you cannot discuss this matter without situating how complicit assembly architecture could be in. Because with that, Chairman, if you go around, you realize that all these indiscriminate siting of kiosks, they pay something to the assemblies. Somebody has given somebody authorization to put this here. And sometimes a portion of a road is taken to site these things. Clearly unacceptable. But I believe that now it's a good thing to have the agency responsible for ensuring that these things do not happen under the ministry. And with us as managers of the ministry, we should be able to do something about it because it's not good. Even in Accra, on our ceremonial routes, you see that kiosks and all kinds of things happening, containers. And I give a promise to this committee, we would act on it.
I don't think that is enough, but let's see if action will be different from what we have said. On that note, I thank you for. I've said I'm not admitting any non-people, non-members, because if I start, I can't stop. Non-members asking questions. Yes. We thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged, but before you leave, I've seen some chiefs. I will acknowledge them. Nana Oheniba Nana Usuen Tribu Esiako the second, the Dabihene stroke Kenten Hene of Teiman traditional area. Nana, you're welcome. Nana Fna Yabua Ferry the second, Teiman San Samang Hene. Nana Yabua Siama the third, Teiman Donting Hema. Nana Sewa Bonsu, Teiman Tanoso. I don't think him. Nana a Japan who said Diaka, the Chima Babu Dikro, and Nana Chame Boating, or my Hene Chame. We thank you all for coming. Oh, please, I haven't finished. I went to Nana. No. No. Mrs. Adjei-Mensah Korsah, you're welcome. We thank you for also coming. And then all the heads of agencies. Did I see the Bono East Regional Minister somewhere there? Very well. Honorable Regional Minister, we thank you for coming. Professor Mayor Kumfi, Honorable former Member of Parliament, and then Honorable former Bono East Regional Minister Govi. Govi Amakuhine, you're welcome. MC Teiman, you're here, you're welcome. And then...
No, my regional chairman is here.
Wait. Honorable Regional Chairman, you're coming. We thank you all for coming. Did I see Nana Atuata here? Yes, Nana, you're welcome. And all the heads of agencies that came to support the minister, we thank you for coming. Now, you're discharged. You hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very well. Kindly administer the oath to the nominee.
I
I, Ophelia Mensah Hayford,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Ophelia Mensah Hayford. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as the Minister for Environment, Science, and Technology and Innovation. Wow, innovation. You have not appeared before this committee before, so we will invite you to take us through your CV. Tell us briefly about yourself before we ask you questions. So kindly introduce yourself to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Ophelia Mensah Hayford is the Member of Parliament for Infantsman constituency and also the Minister-designate for the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Ophelia is 50 years of age, and I was born on the 29th of October, 1973, in Ekropon. I hail from Chito Awudome in the Volta region, and now I am with my husbands in Infantsman. I attended St. John's Grammar School, Achimota, and also further my education at the University of Ghana, Legon, and Gempa. I was a police officer before I resigned and then take up the position as the Member of Parliament for the good people of Infantsman.
Very well. As a Member of Parliament, what committees have you served on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am on the Defense and Interior Committee, and I'm the Vice Chair for the committee, and also on the House Committee.
Have you had anything to do with the Parliament, Ghana's delegation to the Pan-African Parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What did you have to do with that delegation?
Mr. Chairman, I'm the only female on the Pan-African delegation to Midrand in South Africa.
So you're a member of Ghana's delegation to the Pan-African Parliament. That's right.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Now, I'll let the Chief Whip start with you. Ask you questions.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nominee, let me commend you highly for the opportunity given to you by His Excellency the President. And I'm very familiar with that broad smile of yours. Can you give that to us, even before we begin? I'm also very proud as an environmentalist. I know how passionate you are when it comes to environmental issues, both internationally and nationally. As you do know, water pollution and waste disposal are like bedfellows, so to speak. And they are common narrative, especially in our country now when it comes to environmental conservation. Given the nod, what do you consider as necessary to be done in that ministry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a great question because I think globally we are all fighting environmental challenges. And per the briefing I have and for what I know, Mr. Chairman, the President has set up a steering committee which is being chaired by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Chair, my committee is, let me put it, an enabler ministry. Sorry, my ministry, because we are centered around other agencies to act on issues that have to do with the environment. And as a ministry, curbing the issue of pollution and environmental challenges go beyond my ministry. And so I will collaborate with other agencies to fight this menace.
Chair, that's a very good answer. And I'm very confident that you'll be able to dispense of that. I'm very much aware you know the existence of the Electronic Waste Fund, which was established by Parliament. I'm told around 2017, 18, thereabout. Can you apprise this committee and the Ghanaians who are watching you what the fund sought to do? And if there are any lessons ever since it was established, going forward, if there is a need for you to do something different to make it useful vis-a-vis the very motive that motivated the establishment of the fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, per the briefing I had, I'm aware of the fund. I know that fund was set up in the government or the president's bid of curbing e-waste issues, environmental issues. And so the fund was set up around 2018 per an act, I've forgotten the act. And then in 2019, the act mandates the president to appoint a fund manager. A fund manager was appointed in 2019. Mr. Chair, per the briefing, I'm told some amount of money is sitting in that fund. But now the issue is who to disburse the fund. The fund falls under MESTI, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, as well as the Ministry of Education. And so this is the contention we have now per the disbursement of that fund. And so when I'm giving the nod, Mr. Chair, I will sit the two ministers together with myself as an enabler for us to go into the act and see who disburses the funds, to who disburses the fund in curbing e-waste or climate change issues. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think given the nod, you'll be lucky because you have a technical person who is the chair of the committee, Parliament Committee on Environment, Dr. Mafo, very respected environmentalist, and of course, the ranking and his deputy. So don't fail to don't fail to reach out to them. I'm sure they'll be available. But proceeding forward, there are two agencies that I consider very critical in your ministry, the CSR and the EPA. What do you intend to leverage on your office to assess? We've often read about narrative on what the CSR should be doing by law. But in practicality, they come lacking in many spheres. What will you do to assist them, the CSR, and particularly the EPA, in terms of monitoring
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The CSIR is an agency under MESTI, and it is mandated to do research on scientific and industrial activities to assist the national economy. Mr. Chair, I know they have done a lot of researches, and out of that, we have achieved a lot as a country. I know planting for food and jobs is as a result of the seeds and the products that CSIR developed. Some of their products or some of the researches they do is to get products that will stand the test of time as pertains to climate change. And so some of the seeds that they came up with, that is what was disbursed to the Agric Ministry or given out to the Agric Ministry. As I said, my ministry is an enabler. And so we work or we hover around other agencies. And so out of that came the food, planting for food and jobs. And Mr. Chair, you will attest to the fact that we had a lot of harvest, bumper. And it's as a result of the researches that was done at CSIR and its product outcome. When it comes to EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, Mr. Chair, we have a limitation as an agency. It has to do with logistics and officers and human resources. So when I'm giving the nod, Mr. Chair, I will try as much as possible to get logistics for them and also to see if we can establish regional and district offices to do the monitoring. Because we are not able to reach out all over the country and we are limited in that aspect, monitoring becomes an issue. I also leverage on technology and see if we can get the logistics, drones and other things to monitor from afar if we are not able to get closer to the communities.
Mr. Chair, I will conclude on the note that I'm very much aware that the electronic waste fund aspect of it is supposed to be disbursed to Parliament. So I will urge you, as you have earlier indicated, that you will do the needful to Parliament committee. So reach out to the two friends, the ranking and the chair, so that for a long time, the matter has not been dealt with, it's not been dispensed of efficiently. And as a member of Parliament, please, don't let this matter lie. Do all you can in your capacity. It is not just for Parliament, it is also for the committee to be efficient. And the job is so broad that you need Dr. Mafo and Honorable Telabi and Co. to bring their resources and for them to share their knowledge to make it to your disposal. So I'll urge you to follow suit to its logical conclusion. On that note, I want to wish you well and to commend you highly.
Very well. Yes. All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair. Honorable Ophelia Mercer Hayford, congratulations in advance. There is a bill and a fund that when you were talking about the CSIR, I was getting excited, but my excitement wasn't complete. Research fund. Where or at what level do we have this fund? And then also, how is this fund going to promote research at all research levels? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, per the briefing I had from my chief director, there is a research fund. But there is a contention over that fund as to who disburses it. I am yet, Mr. Chair, it's as a result of the fact that MEST does not operate in the vacuum, and we depend on our sister agencies to work. And that fund was established purposely for research purposes. And most of our researches are done by our institution, though CSIR also does the same. And so, per the briefing I had, we are yet to determine whether education will do the disbursement when it comes to research, or MEST as CSR is under MEST.
Let me be clear. Under what law was that fund set up?
Mr. Chair, it was set up under an act. And
what act? Is the act under which ministry? The act is under Education Ministry. In that case, you are parasites. So yes, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Mercer Hayford, with your experience, both local and international experience as a security officer, what could you do to ensure that in areas of our environment, things move on faster, and where we get the security officers involved, there will be a lot of peace because they are your people. So then you could interact together with your international experiences and exposures that you have. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I think as a law enforcement officer, Ghana as a country, we have a lot of policies and legislation that we need to enforce to ensure compliance and also to check issues that has to do with the environment. Mr. Chair, I know most of our enforcement laws within the environment area is not that firm. We don't comply to a lot of them. As an enforcement officer, I'll make sure we enforce such laws that will sustain our environment. For example, of the passage of the EPA bill. This bill is before Parliament and is seeking to take the EPA from an agency to an authority so that it will have the powers to enforce environmental laws.
Are you done?
Yes, Honorable Chair, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Telavi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Hayford, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Hayford, going through your CV, one would see that a lot of your experience is in the security service, police, and your operations, Interpol, whatever. You see a little when it comes to the area where you are going now. And then the other thing too is that your ministry, you are not going to have a deputy minister. You don't have. As a mother, a member of parliament, a minister with a lot of agencies under, how are you going to combine all of this to discharge your duties?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I don't think it will affect me that much. I'm a mother of 3, and I think the youngest is 10. And regardless, Mr. Chair, I have able directors whom I'll fall on to assist me. As a minister and as a leader, I'm not going to do all things all by myself, but with my technocrats and all the technical persons around me, I will be able to achieve the best of results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Ophelia, I'm happy you said you were interested in getting deployment of technology. And for that matter, you are interested in research. And we have a problem with the research fund, which you have acknowledged, the disbursement. But I'm sure you were briefed. During your briefing, they gave you insight into how the institutions, especially the research institutions that are going to be under you, are resourced. If you take, for instance, this year's budget, one would just summarize by saying that we are only giving salaries to the research officers without giving them money to do research. How are you going to navigate this? How are you going to make CSR and the other analogous institutions get the needed assistance, support from government so that they can carry on with their research?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I think, yes, we have a fund for research, and research is being done, but much is not given to our researchers. So what I will do when I'm giving the nod is to patent every outcome or product that we get, so that in this vein, whoever falls on that and then uses it, the industries will come back and then contribute to our fund, so that we'll be able to motivate our researchers, and for us also to get more funds to do more research.
That's a good answer. Yes, you would want to patent, but you have to do the research before you patent. So you need some starter so you can have your products patented. But let me ask you this. There's another school of thought that our research institutions have a lot on their shelves, and that they have to, it's about time they start commercializing. What's your take? And before that, let me tell you what I think. I believe that if the research institutions are asked to commercialize, they might end up diverting or deviating from their core duty of getting information, because research provides information that will be converted into technology. They may deviate and end up chasing money, and they will end up affecting their work as research officers. What is your take on this?
Mr. Chair, your question is not that clear. If you can come again.
What I'm saying is that we have a difficulty mobilizing funds. In fact, research, especially into the physical and biological sciences, is quite expensive. And it takes a very long time to get some results. And in research, a negative result is a result. So that it becomes very difficult for people to freely, fund projects like that. And therefore, government would have to necessarily take the bull by the horn and fund all of this, whether the results, are negative or positive, depending on what you are looking for. Now, in so doing, others think that the CSR can commercialize a few of the things that they have developed to make money, to do more research. And what I'm saying is that, in my view, as somebody with some small expertise in that area, I don't believe that they should be made to commercialize themselves. And the question is, what is your take? What do you think, can be done about this? Do you believe that they must go commercialize their end products and get money from that to fund research, or, otherwise? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I do agree with his view, but I think there's a fund, and we have money sitting in the fund. And so we'll see to it that we are able to disburse that fund to assist the researchers. And then out of that, the research that they do, we can give to the industries. And then they can in turn also sell and then come and then support us in research.
Okay, so do you think that it should be given to the industries for free, or they should pay something for it?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think they have to pay something for that research.
But in that case, it's commercialization, or because the result came to government, the ministry is the one that should sell it and not CSR itself. What is your suggestion?
Mr. Chair, MESTI, CSIR is under MESTI. And so the ministry will control the sale of whatever products CSIR produces.
Very well. Yes, Teiman. Okay, very well. You can continue.
Thank you very much. I think that you earlier on mentioned patenting of products. I think it's another way to go. But the issue is, how do we fund research? Because you are funding research minus expecting anything commercial immediately. And in fact, it is a burden. It's a burden. It's a huge burden. And CSR was established to solve local problems. CSR was established to solve local problems. How would you get the government to really relook at funding, CSR? Because as we speak, the picture is a little bit gloomy, and we are touting STEM. We want to promote science, technology, innovation, whatever. But then science doesn't exist in a vacuum. If you want to promote science, seeing is believing. We want to go to CSR and see something happening with science. If it is engineering, you want to go there. But we go there right now, they don't have what it takes, even electricity bill. They are unable to pay. These days that they can come to parliament and even turn off our lights. You need to keep incubators on. If you put it off, your whole...
the scientists can create their electricity on their own.
But we need money to do that. We need money. That is what I describe as the starter. Somebody must give you that money so you can start making money. But you see, Mr. Chairman, the fact is that at the end of the day, we rejoice when the results, when we get the results, and it affects us positively. But when it comes to putting in money to get the results, we don't want to do that. That is my question. What will you do? Finding yourself in such a situation, what will you do? How are you going to convince even Parliament and the executive to get us more money for research? Especially that we are broke now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think the honorable member wants me to say I will impress on the Ministry of Finance to help us with that aspect. And then also, when we patent, I think whoever who can make money out of it. Per the briefing I overheard, even Neat Fufu is a product of CSIR. But because we did not have that policy, Someone leaked it out, and today it's on the shelves, and we are making money. But the money goes to an individual. But when we patent, before you can use that product, we know where it is coming from. And as an agency, we also benefit, as well as the ministry.
Very well. Mafo or your deputy, which one? Yes, deputy.
Congratulations, my big sister, Madam Hayford.
Thank you, my name.
We're all here to help. Mine is a follow-up on what Rankin was saying with regards to bringing research and technology that are developed indigenously to market. How do we bring research that is developed by CSIR and the Ghana Atomic Agency? Because there's a lot on their shelves. How do we bring that to market or make it commercial? And that's number one. And then also how we adequately fund research in Ghana, because that is the bane of your ministry, the difficulty of finding funding for our research institutions. Countries like Korea, Japan, and co that are what they are today is on the back of research. So how do we find resources for these research institutions? That's my question.
But all the questions he answered from Tel Aviv were around it. Finally, she concluded on Ministry of Finance. So move on from there. Other than the research fund and Ministry of Finance aside, so where else can she go? Is that a question?
Maybe to help my sister, there are other innovative ways that other institutions are able to fund such research. And his question, what he was trying to say was to decouple the two, to decouple the research from commercialization. If you go to institutions like, let's say, Oxford, they have what they call Oxentia. Oxentia is a commercial entity that converts technology and innovation that has been developed by the university as a research institution into businesses for private sector to be able to take advantage of, including the patenting that you're talking about. So it's just a suggestion that I want to pass on to you. Lastly, maybe with the advent of AI, artificial intelligence, and the new technologies that are coming up, how do you intend to integrate these new technologies into the lives of Ghanaians? Because we know that new technologies come with both positives and negatives. We are seeing fake advertisements of some of our well-known media brands being done using AI. So how do you intend to mitigate that or manage that, especially with the new advent of technology that is popping up? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think with the introduction of AI and technology, I think Ghana, we are doing well. The introduction of STEM in our schools. And so I'll collaborate with the Ministry of Education to ensure that we get enough funds to build a lot of schools to improve a lot of STEM schools to improve on our technology and also to come out with innovations and inventions for the environment, to curb some of these issues within our environment.
Are you done? Very well. Dr. Mafo, if you want to ask her your question, this is your chance. Okay. All right. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, my dear sister. Maybe you don't know that you have a lot of secret admirers in Parliament. I'm just telling you today. Honorable Minister Nominee, I want to find out, you are going into a ministry with a lot of technical men, the professors, the PhDs, and then some other technical men. How do you intend to leverage on their expertise in order to realize your dream as the minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I said, I'm the leader and the policy head. And so when it comes to technical issues, Mr. Chair, I will fall on my technical men who have the expertise and the technical know-how to educate me very well on some of the decisions that I would have to take.
Thank you for the answer. I also want to find out from you, we have huge challenge at hand so far as plastic pollution is concerned in Ghana. When you get the nod, how do you intend to deal with the menace of plastic waste in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when it comes to the menace of e-waste, I know it's a challenge for us as a country. But regardless, I know Ghana has signed or has submitted a comprehensive report to the United Nations that will carry us to 2030. I know Ghana has also signed some treaties with Switzerland, and yet to sign that of bilateral treaties with countries like Sweden and Singapore for us to also get funds to help in checking our e-waste. So when I'm giving the nod, Mr. Chair, I will fast-track the ratification of some of these bilateral treaties that are yet to be signed on as a country. And through that, we'll be able to secure funds from our donor countries, some of these countries, to support us in checking the menace of e-waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I also want to find out the CSIR, as already exposed by previous speakers, they are going through a lot of challenges. Science research is not in its rightful place in Ghana. We need to do something about it. If you go to CSR institutes and visit it today, in fact, the place is very appalling, and you wouldn't probably want your daughter or your son to go and do science. We need to do something about it. If you look at the quantum of money that is paid out annually, and Rankin talked about it briefly. In 2023, for example, the compensation for the CSIR was around 200 million. Meanwhile, they were giving less than 200,000 Ghana cedi to work, all the 13 institutes. How are they going to be able to do that? It's a very serious challenge. And some of the scientists are leaving CSIR. We need to protect that institution. If you get a note, what steps are you going to take in order to improve upon the conditions of the scientists so that we can keep our scientists in Ghana to do what they have been trained to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm yet to take over or to go into the ministry to know some of the challenges and issues. And I'm of the view that if it is for the lack of human resource, capacity building, or any other thing, Mr. Chairman, we'll channel whatever resources we get there for us to ensure that CSIR stands on its feet to achieve the mandated purpose for which it was set up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably my last question. I want to find out from you, Professor Frimpong Barton came out with a report. That report implicated people in the seat of government. And there were huge perception that the report was not going to go anywhere because it was touching the souls of preserved individuals in the seat of government. Now, I should say the failure to be able to make use of that report is a huge blow to us as a country in terms of the fight on this galamsey. What do you intend to do differently on the issue of galamsey? Will you revisit the report as a minister and see what next steps can be taken, or you intend to have your own plans of dealing with the issue of galamsey?
Honorable, are you aware of the existence of any such report in fact?
No, Mr. Chair, I've not chanced on that report. But when it comes to the issue of galamsey, as I said earlier, the President has set a steering committee headed by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who has taken charge of the fight against galamsey. And as a ministry super steering over the environment, I think I'll collaborate with him and then see how we can fight this menace.
You're done. Yes, before Chairman comes in, you're done.
Congratulations, Honorable Ophelia. Climate change is a new topic in town. Now people are showing interest. What policy direction do you intend to put in place to ensure that the effect of climate change is mitigated in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to the issue of climate change, I'm ably informed. Ghana as a country, we have submitted a comprehensive report to the United Nations. And we are trying our best to create awareness and also to enter into treaties and bilateral treaties to curb this money. So when I'm given the nod, I'll also help in the awareness creation and also collaborate with sister agencies, lands and natural resources, local governments, and others to curb this burden. In fact, climate change is at the heart globally of every country. And Ghana, I don't think will sit in isolation. We'll also try our best to get there. And as a minister, when I'm given the nod to pretend over the ministry, I'll ensure that we fight the menace, if not to the barest minimum, at least to get to that point.
Honorable Ophelia, all put together, you have less than a year to be the Minister for Environment. What do you want to be remembered for after you've left the ministry? If, in the likely event that you are approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, one key thing that I think I would love to be remembered for is the passage of the EPA bill. Per the briefing I had, I'm told there are some issues as certain agencies felt some powers are being taken from them. When I'm given the nod and I take over as the minister, I think I'll sit with these agencies and then try to solicit out what they think is the power that is being elucidated from them, and then ensure that the enforcement and compliance part of the bill or act is passed so that we'll be able to enforce environmental laws.
Okay. I wish you all the best. No further questions.
Thank you very much. The floor will be given to Honorable Dr. Mao.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Ophelia, I must congratulate you on your nomination. I'm quite impressed with the speed at which you seem to be grasping the issues in the sector. And I'm very hopeful that you'll be able to do a good job. Now, in addition to the issue of helping to pass the EPA bill, in the rest of the 10 months or so that you have to be a minister, what other critical issues do you intend to achieve within this period?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Per the briefing I had, I'm told there are some bilateral treaties that has been signed and needs ratification. When I'm giving the nod, I'll facilitate and ensure that Ghana ratifies it for us to benefit or to get the benefits under these bilateral treaties. And also, the EPA Act, as I've already said, and that's one key thing that I was briefed on, and I think I'll also facilitate and ensure that it comes up. That is the CFV headquarters that is being built in Ghana. And CVF, I think I'll facilitate that one as well so that we can get the headquarters sited or situated in Ghana.
Chair, that's a very good one, especially with the CVF. As we speak today, the host agreement has been laid in Parliament, and Ghana is expected to approve that so that the Climate Vulnerable Forum Secretariat, International Secretariat will be set up in Ghana. And so I'm happy that you have indicated that you keep your eye on that. Now, Chair, I just want to go, no, it's with the table office. Yeah, it's not, yeah, but it's at the table office. I'm aware. Yes, it's not being laid. You are right. It's in Parliament. Okay. Now, Chair, I just want us to go back to the issue of research fund, the Ghana National Research Fund Act. And the confusion that you mentioned about the research fund is in respect of the designation of a minister to be responsible for the fund. And indeed, in that act, there's a provision that the president will assign or designate a minister to be responsible for the fund. Will you assure this committee that when you are giving the nod, you will work hard to make sure that that assignment is done, and preferably done to your ministry, so that we will be able to disburse the research fund? Can you assure the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will give that assurance. Since that fund is critical to that agency, I will ensure that the government or the president gives or designates a minister for the disbursement of that fund to enable us do more researches.
Very well. My last comment will be to thank you and also to assure you of the support of the committee and my good self and my colleagues here in the discharge of your duty when you are approved by Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mafo. We now move on to leadership. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Honorable Ophelia, I know that in most of your answers you say, I'll be at the ministry and when I go there. So I won't go in that direction. Can you share your vision for the ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation in the next 8 months? What top 3 specific priorities will you set to achieve the vision considering the short time you have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I think I don't have that long months to stay in the ministry. But when given the nod, I'll sit with all the directors of the agencies under my ministry and then try to identify some of the issues and then the ones that we can fast track or facilitate for its passage or for anything to enhance the work of my ministry or to enhance the work of MESTI, I will do it. For example, as some of the treaties I mentioned earlier, the passage of the EPA Act, and then also the disbursement for the government to appoint a minister for the disbursement of the research fund.
Let me move on. I wanted you to get into specifics about the vision of the ministry of that Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology focuses on science, innovation, and development of technology. So I wanted you to really zero in on some of the things you do in those areas. But let me move on to something very important.
Honorable Member, I think he mentioned about 3 specific.
That is fine. That is fine.
Right. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, Ghana ranks 113 globally in the 2022 Global Innovation Index, with strengths in human capital and creation, but weaknesses in infrastructure and market sophistication. Giving you a limited term, how will you leverage Ghana's existing strengths, as I've mentioned, in human capital and creation to address weaknesses in infrastructure and market sophistication, specifically focusing on maximizing the impact on the sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Per the question the honorable member asked, Mr. Chair, as I said, my ministry or the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology is an enabler ministry. And so we will collaborate with other sector ministries, education, and then some agencies under me, nuclear, GAEC, and other agencies to come out with innovations. When it comes to technology, as the government is propagating STEM, we will ensure that a lot of STEM schools are built to improve upon our sciences and inventions. And then also GAEC that invents nuclear and nuclear energy to also add up to the energy sector so that energy tariffs in energy will come down or will be minimized to assist in industrialization. As industries are complaining about tariffs, and I think when my ministry is able to help GAEC come out with nuclear energy, which I know when we are able to produce more, we'll be able to generate a lot of energy for our industries.
Well, emerging technologies raises serious concern. For example, artificial intelligence. Exactly, and some of the concerns, for example, are ethical concerns on how to protect data, for example. Exactly what are some of the steps you take to address some of these emerging technologies and the challenges they pose?
Mr. Chairman, I think some of these technical issues, I would have to seek technical advice. And so when I'm giving the nod, I'll sit with my technical men for them to advise me as to the way to go. Thank you.
The Honorable Nominee, have you already engaged some of these technical men at the ministry in your preparation for this vetting?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So let me then take you back to something else. And I think this question has been asked, but it's so important that we revisit it again. According to the World Bank, Ghana's expenditure on R&D, research and development, is only 0.4% of GDP, significantly lower than the average in Africa, 1.3%. How will you stimulate investment in R&D and promote a culture of innovation in Ghana within this short period of time?
Mr. Chair, can you come up with the question?
I am talking about Ghana's expenditure on research and development, which is really below the average of African countries, which is 1.3. There is a need for us to invest more in R&D. And I'm asking you, as a nominee, that if you get a nod, what steps will you take, what collaborative steps will you take to ensure that Ghana really invests in research and development and innovation?
Mr. Chairman, I will collaborate with the agencies and then come out with, Ministry of Communication is there, data protection, and other sister agencies to come out with innovations that will help.
Talked a lot about Galamsey, but if you come from some of the districts, the areas where I come from in the Western region, it is a matter of life and death. We know that mining itself is something that can be done if we do the right things. We have all the agencies in place, especially at your ministry. The Environmental Protection Agency, we know we have the Minerals Commission at the lands, you collaborate with them. These agencies are not only in Accra, they are at the district level, with the support of the assemblies. Yet, on a daily basis, we have basically failed. In fact, the president put his presidency on the line. And when it was obvious that he had failed, he now went back that we are going to do community mining with a manual, very beautiful manual. Yet today, as I speak, if you go to the districts, the so-called community mining is simply galamsey. We are not following anything in the manual. And we are destroying our water bodies and our environment. Can you tell us the new steps you will take to address our destruction of our water bodies and our forests? Because often, as we have known in every security report, it is powerful people who are supposed to lead the way who are really in the forefront of these destructions. Exactly what will you do differently to get us out of where we are?
Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, I know the government of Ghana has set up a steering committee headed by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. But regardless, in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, I will ensure our local government, the local government ministry is also involved, and then our MMDCEs and NDC, and then our traditional rulers. I know our traditional rulers also play a key role in environmental protection. And so, when I'm giving the nod, I will sit with these collaborative agencies and then try to come up with a policy where the local authorities or our traditional leaders will be involved in curbing this menace within our communities.
You talked about a new interministerial committee. Are you familiar with the interministerial committee on illegal mining headed by Professor Frimpong Boateng? Were you aware? And in your preparation, did you read? Because if you Google it, you read a lot of the things he said.
Mr. Chair, I have not read about that.
But you heard of it.
We have a copy. We can give it to you now to read.
You,
No, we have a copy here.
I don't think it would be fair to...
You know, in essence, Professor Frimpong Boateng, for example, says he developed a software. And that software was called Galam Stop. That software, he says that powerful people were opposed to it. It's in the report. He talked about all sorts of things. And And it means that what I'm trying to bring out is that you are entering a minefield where powerful people are going to try to stop you if you're trying to do the right thing. Can you tell us, this committee, whether, and I know that I checked your background, a very courageous woman. Can you tell this committee that if you get a nod, you stand up to all powerful people who are going to do the wrong things, and you will stand up to do the right thing, and follow the footsteps of Professor Frimpong Boati?
Honorable Member, I think what we need to look at is to look at the review of the community mining, how the implementation of that review, and ensure that what has to be done to correct the use or the degradation of the lands will be done appropriately. As a minister, I think I want to support you over here and ask the minister, are you prepared to take out the review of the implementation plan to ensure that community mining is responsibly undertaken? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I would have to work.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairperson, let me come in here. The Honourable Member for Lembele asks his question. In coming in, you have reframed the question, and you've set your own question for her to answer. Because she was building on a point.
What was the point?
No, because now you've changed the question completely. So allow him to ask his question.
Yeah,
Nominee,
the
because
nominee
it's like
was ready.
a leading question.
No. Let the nominee answer the question. He was ready. And the essence of the question was that we know that there was an interministerial committee. They were supposed to stop Galamsey. We now know what has happened. They did everything to stop Galamsey. The reason they failed was because people that had too much connection with powerful people were in the business of Galamsey. And so they basically stopped them from doing their work. And he came out with a lot of reports. I have names and companies here. I don't want to even bring it up. But I'm asking you, as a new Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, will you follow in the footsteps of Professor Frimpong and be courageous enough and tell this committee that, yes, I'm aware of these powerful people who are destroying our water bodies.
Can you be the Yasantua?
That's what we want to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've not chanced on the report, but regardless, when I'm giving the note, I'll have a look at it and then pick out the best practices out of it. I know the government came up with a lot of innovations or a lot of interventions to fight Galamsey, and yet we could not fight it to the barest or to that complete. We could not fight it completely. And so, Mr. Chair, when I'm giving the nod, I'll go over the reports, review it, and then see where the lapses and the gaps are, and then find solution to it.
The African Development Bank reports a skills gap in Africa with an estimated 23 million jobs unfilled due to lack of qualified personnel by 2030. Given the limited time frame that you have as a nominee, mention 2 specific initiatives you will implement to address the skills gap in Ghana's science, technology, and innovation sector.
Mr. Chair, when I'm giving the nod, I think the 2 key things will be in capacity building and then also human resource, employing more people or more hands onto that field.
All the best.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, all right.
Honorable Ophelia.
Honorable Abuja.
Oh, you don't want me to talk? Are you a Ghanaian?
Yes, I am.
What document will you use to prove to me you are Ghanaian?
Mr. Chair, any document you want me to use to prove?
No, which one will you use to prove your citizenship?
I have the Ghana card, I have my passport, and my certificate. Okay, the certificate, it could be I'm a foreigner and I came.
But the passport can show you are Ghanaian.
Yes, and the Ghana card.
But your birth certificate, have you got a birth certificate?
Yes, I have.
Has Ghanaian be written on it?
No.
Huh? Is there any Ghanaian birth certificate without your nationality written on it?
I think there is.
Yeah.
I give the next opportunity to minority leader. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for. Honorable Ophelia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, leader.
Do you know why the president nominated you to be a minister for the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation? Do you know why?
Mr. Chair, that much I cannot say.
Is your seat at risk?
My seat, as
a member of parliament,
seat,
yes.
No, please, it's not at risk, not at all.
This morning, someone sent me a message saying that the president nominated you so that you can save your seat as a member of parliament. Do you agree to that?
Mr. Chair, I don't agree to that.
You are coming in at the dying minute of the President Akufo-Addo Alhaji-Bawumia government. You have approximately 9 months to the end of this administration. What can you do differently vis-a-vis what your predecessors has been able to achieve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I can achieve a lot because when we play football, some are brought in at the dying minute and yet they are able to score goals. And so I think I can do a lot within this 9 months.
So you think you can be the striker?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I have reviewed your CV, and I note that your background is largely with the police service, and you have virtually no background on environmental issues or in environment and science. What was your last rank before you left the police service?
Mr. Chairman, I was a chief inspector and I had written the exams for the promotion of an assistant superintendent of police before my husband passed on and I resigned. And I remember I was given the position as the assistant superintendent of police.
You remember, but was that your rank? I asked a simple question. What was your rank?
No, Chief Inspector of Police.
So your rank was Chief Inspector of Police?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now you are going to the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. As a minister, if you are lucky enough for us to approve you, what is your honest assessment of how your government has dealt with the Galamsey issues? Your honest assessment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. I think my government has done a lot, but we have not been able to achieve the required results. And there's more to do. And so I think we can still do more to achieve the required results.
Do you think your government is committed to the fight against Galamsey?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
Can you prove why you think so?
Mr. Chairman, my government came out with a lot of policies to fight the menace. Unfortunately, because it doesn't depend on one ministry, and all stakeholders are supposed to come on board to fight this menace, I think we still will review and then come out with the best practices and bring on board all stakeholders to enable us fight this menace.
There are reports, and very worrying reports, that cocoa farmers are selling their cocoa lands for Galamsey. And this, for me, threatens the survival of our country, because that is where we get most of our forests. What will you do, if approved as a minister, to help the country stop this negative practice?
Mr. Chairman, I have no data and no idea that our cocoa farmers are selling their lands for Galamsey. But when I'm giving the nod and I go into take over the ministry, Mr. Chair, I will go into it, and if that is so, for the conservation of our forest, I think I would have to review whatever policy or whatever is inuring to the sale of lands for Galamsey purposes, so that we put a stop to it.
Another major issue of concern, to me in particular, has to do with the destruction of our forest reserves, our green belt, and our Ramsar sites. And apparently, this is being done by high-ranking officials of state, to the extent that someone, once upon a time, welded the whole Adjei-Mensah forest to a nephew forever and ever. As a minister, going into such an important ministry of environment, what will you do to advise His Excellency the President to curtail the practice that all of us are concerned about?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the knowledge of ministers or high-ranking politicians entering into our forest reserves. But for the sake of climate conservation, I think when I'm giving the nod and being a cabinet minister, if I had the opportunity to be with the president or to be in cabinet, I think I can advise that for the sake of climate change and for us to conserve our forest reserves, we need to put a stop to it. And I don't think my government and our president, for that matter, will also sit aloof for people to invade into our forest reserves.
Professor Frempong Boateng, the former minister responsible for employment, environment, science, technology, and innovation, said he was bribed $5 million to approve a judgment debt of $88.2 million to Apex Pollution Control Company. Would you have acted differently if you were confronted with such?
Honorable, please. This is
is coming from Professor Frimpong Boateng, Mr.
Where's
Chairman.
the report?
I can send you the report. Hold on. I'll give you the report.
No such official report has been. So please, don't bring her into a matter which he has no role, he has no information, he has no. It's not appropriate, please.
Mr. Chairman.
This one I decline to admit that question.
Mr. Chairman, the fact remains that Professor Frimpong Boateng is on record to have said that a company called Apex Pollution Control Limited promised to pay him $5 million as bribe, and he declined. My question is simple. It's not that she has gone for a bribe. I'm asking, would she? Yes, in the report, and it's a fact that Professor Frimpong Boateng has said that, and so it's in the public domain. Abuja, Google it and send me the PDF. I'll get it printed for you now. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll get it printed for you.
With all due deference to you as ranking member, allowed as much room as possible for members. When you refer to a document, I must have it. I must verify that it is truly a document. When you say it is in the public domain, that's another matter. It's a totally different matter. If you are asking questions based on what you have heard, it's okay. But once you're mentioning a name and you're saying it's a document, I must verify and confirm
I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you. Mr. Chairman, it doesn't stop the fact, and the fact is there for everyone else. I mean, I'm sure viewers and listeners are aware that Professor Frimpong Boateng made that statement, but I will move on it. Let me put it this way. Professor Frimpong Boateng. Professor Frimpong Boateng, the former Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, has said a number of things on some of the things that obviously he went through, and obviously he could not fight Galamsey. As a minister, what will you do differently to survive or to succeed this time, as against the fact that Professor Frimpong Boateng was unable to succeed in the fight against Galamsey? And you have 9 months to do that.
Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, I'll review the reports of Professor Frimpong Boateng. Actually, I've not chanced on it and I've not read anything in there. And so I cannot speak into it. But when I review and there is any best practices to deduce from it, I think I'll go by it. And then also shift away from the things that he did that did not inure to his benefit or to the benefit of the ministry.
What is your take on the LGBTQ IPPP plus bill? What is your take about it?
Mr. Chair, I think my take is customs and traditions frowns on it. And so as a Christian, I do frown on it.
Will you encourage His Excellency the President to sign it, the bill, if it gets to him?
Mr. Chair, I'll reserve my comment. That is his prerogative right.
You are a cabinet, you are a minister designate, and we are vetting you to be a minister at the cabinet of the President, if called upon. Now, the minister responsible for environment is a cabinet minister at the moment, and the President has not changed his cabinet list to us. So you are replacing a cabinet minister. You are replacing a cabinet minister. Let me put it this way. If called upon to advise the President as to whether he should sign or not sign the anti-LGBTQ bill, what will be your advice?
Mr. Chairman, when it comes up in cabinet, we'll take a decision.
And you think we shouldn't know, a minister, what your advice should be? Or Ghanaians shouldn't be aware of your advice?
Mr. Chair, I'm not yet in cabinet. I'm before the committee, appointment committee. So, Mr. Chair, when we get there, we'll cross.
And to the good people of Infantaman listening to you and watching you, you think they shouldn't know? Okay, Mrs. Chairman, I'll move away from that. And since I can see that she's sweating on that, so I'll move away. But let me ask you another question of interest. Recently, the people of Infantaman were blessed to have known that there is huge quantities and quality of lithium, Awoya in particular, and even some part of my constituency, since you are my neighbor. And there has been some issues, and I'm happy your parliament chiefs are sitting behind you. And this matter is of so much importance to us in that enclave. As a member of parliament, what do you think should be the right approach? And as a minister responsible for environment, this matter will also come to your desk. What do you think should be the right approach for the indigents to benefit from the deposit that we have, God has given to us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I've not read the agreement in totality, but I know there's a percentage that goes for community development. And I think we'll leverage on that and then bring development to the people and to the community.
Let's see. Do you think the community should get more than what has been reported to have gone to, is going to the community?
Mr. Chair, as I said, I have not read in full the agreement or the terms of the contract, whatever. I have no idea, but all that I know, that there is a percentage that goes to the community for development.
How many percent? What was the percentage?
Mr. Chair, that much, I can't be specific on it. I know we have a percentage.
And having a percentage means 1%? Because this is a matter of serious importance to us, not only to you, but also to me. And I think we have to work together to have this.
Mr. Chairman, now that you are going to give me the nod to superintend over the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, Mr. Chair, I will take the pains to go through it and know the specific amount that goes into the community for community development. And then I will be able to speak appropriately to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, my attention has just been drawn that you addressed in MPP colors. Somebody just alerted me to.
That is not the MPP colors. We should correct that. It's not.
My attention was just drawn, but this is a lovely kente that was given to me by one of my able chiefs within my constituency.
That's okay. No, somebody just said it.
At least it is Ghana made. It's not like other people's suits.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will conclude by congratulating my neighbor, the Honorable MP for Infantaman. But I am curious, why you are coming in at a garbage time. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in basketball, garbage time is the time when reserve players are brought in when they know that they can't score any goal because they've been beaten so much that the goals will not make any difference. It's called garbage time. Garbage time.
Well, yes, Deputy Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been asked by all the women in Parliament, all the women in the caucus to congratulate you and then assure you that we are solidly behind you and will ensure that with all these questions, you are going to succeed. But I have two issues that I need to bring to your attention before we discharge you. The first issue is that you've been asked by our colleagues severally that in your term as the Minister for Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, what three things are you going to do to ensure your success as the Minister of the Ministry? But I see a low-hanging fruit, which you have not mentioned. What am I talking about? I want to know the status of the machine tooling industry that is being set up by the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. And what will you do to ensure that you complete the project? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, per the briefing I had, sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's my speaker, so forgive me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Per the briefing I had from my ministry, I am told GAEC set up a foundry, and this foundry was an industry that was to produce bolts and nuts for the sake of industrialization, and also to boost our economy, and also bring employment to the people. Unfortunately for us, we've not been able to complete the whole project. And as I speak, it's almost 90%, 95% complete. And so when I'm giving the nod, Mr. Chairman, I'll go into it and then see why that huge project that will be of immense benefit to our country and to the economy has come to a stop. And then if there's anything I could do for its completion, and also for the President to commission it, I think I'll fast-track its completion and commissioning.
Thank you very much. And I would like to add that it's not just for bolts and nuts. It's also because we have CNC machines that will also cut spare parts for equipment that exists in most of the industrial companies. The next question I want to ask is that as a woman in charge of this ministry and current climate change effects on globally, what are you going to do to ensure that you put women in the center of fighting climate change? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know EPA has come up with a program where women are being used to advocate for climate sustainability. And so when I'm giving the nod as the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, I think I'll move for that adaptation so that we come up with programs where women will be featured. Mr. Chair, you know that women, we cause a lot of lead in when it comes to issues of environment and then climate. We do the cutting of trees, the burning of charcoals, and so we'll create that awareness using women and then build the capacity of the women so that we can shift from using charcoal and wood and then embrace other climate-friendly energy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I wish you all the best and wish you well in all your endeavors. Congratulations.
Okay, should I ask you a question? Well, they say I'm tired, so I should not ask you a question. I want to wish you well. I think that you've been given such a huge responsibility coming from your background, but I trust that you can manage that. So I wish you well, and I pray that in the 9-10 months that you'll be in charge, you'll make us proud. Congratulations in advance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, unfortunately, I don't know all the beautiful kings and queens behind you, but I know they're all from the Mfantsiman district. We thank you, all of you, for coming to support her, and on behalf of my colleagues, we are grateful that you came to support her. At this juncture, I will say you're discharged, and you'll hear from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kindly bring in the last one so that we can wrap up for the day. Very well. You may administer the oath now.
I, Darkoa Newman,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Darkoa Newman, this is the first time you are appearing before this committee. Though you're a member of Parliament, many of us know you already, but this committee is seeing you for the first time as you're nominated for the position of Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Kindly introduce yourself briefly to us before we ask you questions.
Thank you, Chairman. So my name is Darkoa Newman. I'm a Presbyterian. I'm a Christian. I graduated from Wesley Girls High School. I also graduated from the University of Ghana, Legon. I went on to the University of Warwick to study program and project management. In addition to that, I've embarked on other educational courses. At Harvard University, that's the Harvard Business School, and some other educational course at Oxford University. I've worked as a project manager before becoming a member of Parliament for Okaikwe South constituency. I have been the first female member of Parliament for my constituency, and thanks to the President and God being so good, today I'm here to see the vetting committee as the Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before coming into politics, what were we doing?
Mr. Chairman, I was a project manager. I worked with GHC Africa, and after that, I gave birth, and during campaign, after that, shortly after campaign, I became the parliamentary candidate, then the Member of Parliament. So that's what I was doing. Thank you, Chairman.
In Parliament, which committees do you serve on?
So I'm a member of the Education Committee, and I'm also a member of the Public Accounts Committee. So this room is familiar, it's just that I've never been sitting at this side. It's always been the other side of the table. So thank you, Chairman.
The table can turn very quickly. Oh, Honorable Secretary, some people were looking for you. All right, good to see you here. Yes. Colleagues, before us is the minister nominate for, the nominee for the Ministry of Gender, Women and Social Protection. The floor is open now. Members may ask your question. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is the only MP who calls me dearest sister. Dearest sister, you're welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Going through your CV, your skills summary, one that attracted me most, I want you to explain to us how you're going to use that to turn the gender ministry around. Business strategy and management. Business strategy and management. How are you going to use these skills to turn the gender ministry around, even though it is an injury type? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. So, as you rightfully said, business strategy is a big part of what I did before at the ministry. Once I'm giving the nod, I think a big part of the work there is engaging a lot of people. It's about stakeholder engagement. It's about having a strategy for women, having a strategy for the children of Ghana, and also having a strategy for persons with disability. I believe working as a project manager, a key thing is always stakeholder engagements, which I have done over the past few years. And I believe that once I'm giving the nod, it would not be a Herculean task. It should be something I should be able to do and do to the best of my abilities towards the national development in Ghana. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I wish to ask the nominee, with Ministry of Gender and its interaction with everybody so far as the country is concerned, how is she going to manage the intragenerational individuals that she's going to manage? Because at the Gender Ministry, we have the aged, we have the physically challenged, we have all those with the various challenges, together with the ladies that she's going to work with, especially in the areas of school feeding and its related issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. So once again, I believe I have always worked with teams and project management, and teams complement each other, the members of the team. And so my ministry has to do with, as you said, various generational groups, the aged, we have the children, we have the youth, we have so many different sects of the community. And looking at our demographic, I believe I will be able to harmonize all these different generations so that we can get a harmonious society. That is what the ministry seeks to promote, a harmonious society for all sects of the community. And so I believe that once I'm giving the nod, I should be able to look at it as a team and manage it well to ensure that together we can all work to promote and ensure that each generation is able to give their quota for us to develop the country. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, I want to assure you that, yes, you are fit. We pray that you'll be given the nod. Congratulations, dear sister.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Darkoa Newman, congratulations. You talked about strategy. May I know from you what strategy you have in helping the children who are on the streets of Accra or in this country begging for alms?
Thank you, Chairman. So a key program which the ministry already embarked on, I think there were 2 programs that had to do with Operation Get Off the Streets for Better Lives. Okay, the ministry embarked on this some time back. I think they were able to get buy-in from the Ministry of Local Government. They provided some resources, some pickups. They were able to get the children off the streets, from what I know. Some were enrolled in schools, some were reunited with their parents, and I believe they worked with the other embassies to get the foreigners to their embassies so that they were sent back, those the foreign children. And so I believe this worked very well. However, the children are back on the streets as we speak. And so once I'm given the nod, I think further stakeholder consultations need to be had. We can look at revamping those programs that worked. However, it wasn't sustainable due to the fact that they are back on the streets. We can engage in the lessons learned, find out what worked or didn't work, and embark on it again, but this time with the requisite information to ensure that this time, once we get them off the street, they stay off the street, they stay at home, or they stay in the schools which they've been enrolled in. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a follow-up question? Right. Thank you, Honorable Darkoa. Congratulations. Yes, it's a follow-up to the question my able ranking asked. I want to know, tell your answer. Do you have adequate budget to address this particular need? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I made notes that there was buy-in from other ministries who came in to help. A big part of our ministry is engaging with CSOs, engaging with non-profits, engaging with donors who are there to support good causes, to support good initiatives. And I think this is at the disposal of the ministry to work hand in hand with them to ensure that whatever resources needed, we pull it together. We know that it is necessary that these children get off the streets, and we should be willing to and able to be able to do that to get them off the streets. It can't be business as usual. We can't just state what it is that needs to be done without taking any actions. And once all these measures are there, we should be able to take advantage of it. So thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Chair, since 2017, we've had a number of ministers, at the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. About three. Honorable Egyapa was there as the minister. After her was Honorable Cynthia Morrison. After her was Honorable Adjei-Mensah. And then after Honorable Adjei-Mensah was Honorable Adjei, about 4. And there was a gap for almost 1 year, there was no minister at the ministry. Now you have just 9 months to go. What new ideas will you bring to the ministry when we have just 9 months to go that will make the ministry more vibrant?
Thank you, Chairman. As you rightfully said, there's not a lot of time, but we can make judicious use of the time left. There are some few projects that I would like to embark on, which borders on gender, children, as well as social protection. When it comes to the issue of our social welfare system, I believe the family unit is very important to us as Ghanaians, and our entire fabric is built on our cultural values. And so for me, I'm looking at setting up or building a fostering fund. I believe there are a lot of children, some on the streets, and if we have a good foster system, we can get these children off the streets. The fostering parents are acting in the stead of the government, so they have these children. Once we have a fund for this, a lot of parents who aren't able to have children will be open to taking in some children and raising them and nurturing them. This would also cut down a lot of the social vices we see out there. And so for me, I think that is a good thing, that if we can set up and we get buy-in from the donors, once we set it up, it will go a long way to help us as Ghanaians. In addition, when it comes to children growing up, we had the children's park, we had the trade fair that we used to go and play at. These places weren't very expensive. There are lots of play areas for children, but for 2 hours, you find out that they are charging 4-year-olds 200 and 300 cedis, which the average Ghanaian cannot afford. And so for me, looking at revamping what we have, looking at the children's park, looking at revamping it, we can have a private-public partnership. There are so many ways we can go about to ensure that the children also get a benefit. I'm looking at persons with disability. I am a member of the Disability Caucus, and I'm the organizer, and we've had many meetings with the Ghana Federation for Disability, and they have stated what they need. And looking at ratification of some protocols, they are looking up to us as MPs, as parliamentarians, to ensure that our laws, our disability laws, are in conjunction with the UN Convention on Human Rights. And so when it comes to these protocols, once I'm given the nod, we need to take a very good look at it and see how we can do our part to help our persons with disability. We should also look at how disability-friendly a lot of the buildings are now. These are things we can institute now. And we might not be able to, or I, in my tenure, may not be able to do everything in 10 months, but it just takes starting. Giving a listening ear to our persons with disability, seeing what really affects them and how we can help resolve these issues. I think if we take a good look at these things, and within the time period that I've stated, starting them will go a long way. And ideally, it's not really about me, but it's about the impact we make in their lives. And so these are a few things I would like to do. In addition, looking at the Affirmative Action Bill, yesterday the Speaker also announced that it was going to be read, the second reading, and then we go to the consideration stage. It's something we are all very passionate about, and as women, we have already started having discussions in the chamber to get buy-in so that we can pass this bill. It has taken a very long time, it has taken so many years, and as those of you on the Gender Committee know, we are all in one voice and one mind in pushing this bill. So these are a few things I would like to do and leave behind. Thank you very much.
Are you going to, for all that you've said so far, are you going to depend on the budget that has been allocated to the ministry, or you going to solicit for funding from elsewhere?
So in addition to the budgets allocated, we'll definitely need to source for funds from donors and work with other partners to ensure that we can carry out all these things we've laid down to complete. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, gender for.
Yes. Congratulations, Honorable Darkoa. Well, in 2020, a woman was beaten to death. Madam Equia Denta. In 2021, Rukia was also killed because of allegation of witchcraft. In this day and age, 2024, we have a place called Witches' Camp. This is so absurd because we all know there is no evidence to prove that somebody is a witch. Interestingly, only women are kept at that camp. But in spirituality, which we don't do here, at least we also have wizards. There are no wizard camps, only witches camp. Women, women, women. What have we done? Our only crime is that we give birth to children, we nurture them. And those who don't listen to us get wayward and blame mothers for being witches. What will you do if you are giving the nod in respect of the people, old people in Gambaga, who are called witches at the witches' camp? What will you do about that camp? And again, what will you tell the president about the witchcraft bill, which is the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022? What advice will you give the president in respect of that bill? 2 in 1, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. So I'm going to answer the one on the witches' camp first. We all understand that currently there are still places which have been termed witches' camps, and these alleged witches are taken through very inhumane treatment. Mr. Chairman, for me, I think the law is clear on certain offenses, and I think people who are meting out these very inhumane treatment should be dealt with according to the law. In addition, these witches' camps can be rehabilitated. I feel in mostly the rural areas, we are seeing these witches' camps. And I believe because it's a practice that has been done for some time, we need much more sensitization for people who live within those areas. We need to include maybe more stakeholders, get our chiefs to champion it, to explain even how inhumane and how it even infringes on people's human rights. And so we need to do a lot more education to these people so that they understand the extent to which they are even breaking the laws. And so sensitization, education, roping in the right stakeholders to champion it can bring this practice to an end as we look on to rehabilitate these camps for some women who feel they do not want to go back to their communities. We can rehabilitate it and make it habitable, yes, an old people's home, and make it a habitable place that they would actually love to live. Since they are already aged, I think ensuring that they have the right amenities will also go a long way to ensure that their quality of life in these rehabilitated homes is good. The second issue had to do with, advising the president on signing the criminal offences bill. When it comes to signing, I believe it's the sole prerogative of the president. And him being a lawyer, he will work within the confines of the Constitution of Ghana. So I trust that the decision the president has taken is in the interest of all of us. And I believe there's a court case. And so after that is done, I'm sure we would know the direction in which we're going to go concerning that. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you'll be very disappointed if you leave here without anything on school feeding. The MPs in Accra will think that school feeding is nothing because they may be able to buy food for their children. For us, who come from that side of town, where we provide you with all the food that you eat, we bring all of it to you. And some people don't have what it takes to do the farming that you think we always do. So what will you do to improve school feeding so that our children in the rural communities will be eager to go to school because they'll find food there? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So for the complaints that I have generally heard about school feeding, it has had to do with, number one, the caterers felt the amounts they were being paid wasn't enough. The students also spoke about the quantity of the food they received, and others also questioned as to how nutritious these meals were, or I should say the quality of the food. In the rural areas, as you rightly put, a lot of these communities are farming communities. So actually in Accra, the prices of these goods are actually more expensive than in the rural areas. I believe that one key thing is looking at reviewing the cost or the budget allocation for school feeding. A lot of voices have come in to speak about 1 cedi 50 pesos being below the amount, and the caterers have also talked about the prices of the goods they are buying, and so it makes it difficult for them to increase the quantities. Mr. Chairman, what I can say is, once I'm giving the nod, I will do all I can to lobby and to advocate for an increase, because from the information we are getting, once there's an increase in the budget allocation, the caterers will be able to cook more for the students, and I believe those who are talking about quality would also see some form of a difference. But even as we are advocating for an increase, I'd like to plead with the caterers to the best of their ability. I think it was just increased to 1 cedi 50 pesos, so they should also do their best to ensure that as much as possible they are cooking very nutritious meals for all our children who are under the school feeding program. Thank you.
You don't have that much time. But what can you do within this very short period that everybody will remember that Darkoa? What will you do within this short space that people in the ministry, people of Ghana, remember you for after your short tenure at the Ministry of Gender?
Well, it's always the low-hanging fruits that we look to. So I'm looking at the affirmative action bill, ensuring that it is passed and working and doing all I can to ensure that we get the buy-in we need to pass the bill. I also talked about looking at starting something with a fostering fund. I talked about looking at us revamping the children's park. So these are all things I would like to start before elections this year. And so these are things I believe can be done within the shortest possible time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yes. You, Lydia, you wait. Yes. Let me give the... Oh, you want to do a follow-up?
No.
Uh-huh. No, you, man, wait. Let me give the space to the gender people first. No, don't worry. I'm just giving it to the gender people. You know the meaning of gender. So gender, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate my dear honorable colleague on her nomination. Now, Mr. Chairman, to my major question. Honorable member, in the year 2022 Auditor General's report, it was indicated that an amount of 15.8 million Ghana cedis was misappropriated in the office of that is LEAP, Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. If given the nod, what are you going to do to ensure transparency and accountability in the ministry's operations to battle corruption and misappropriation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So in May, the Ghana Household Registry will begin with the reassessment for the rest of the regions. The reassessments, they go round they have a proxy means test, which they visit homes to find out if they are persons with disability or how very poor the household is. And so I believe once this reassessment is done, we would be able to ensure that the right people are those enrolled on the LEAP system and they are benefiting from this social protection intervention. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this follow-up question is very dear to my heart. Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Again, in 2019, there was a CNN report of about 20,000 Ghanaian children being enslaved on the Volta Lake. Again, Mr. Chairman, in 2023, the BBC also came up with a report or a documentary that some NGOs in Ghana were rescuing Ghanaian children and using them as organizational targets just to meet their organizational targets. When giving the nod, honorable colleague, what are you going to do differently to ensure that the Ghanaian child is protected? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't cited the reports you talked about, but we are all in one mind when it comes to child protection. And so once I'm given the nod, we can investigate these issues that you have brought up, and then we can take the necessary action from there. Thank you, Chairman.
You're done. Very well. Now, I'll finish with the gender people. Dr. Mafo.
Well, thank you very much. Let me also congratulate you on your nomination. I have no doubt about your passion for issues of gender and children, and also persons living with disability. You are a member of the caucus, and so I'm very much aware of your contribution. And I'm very excited that you have had that opportunity to now get to the seat and make policies work. I can only ask you just a very simple question. first, on the issue of the ratification of the African Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disability, how much urgency are you going to put on this matter, given that it has been on the table for long and we don't seem to have had any action on that? How are you assuring this committee that you will give it a priority?
Thank you, Chairman. So as you rightfully said, we are both members of the Disability Caucus, and this has been on the front burner for all of us. I give this committee my full assurance that it would be one of the first things that I tackle once I'm given the nod to be the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chair. My last question will be on the enforcement of the common fund allocation for people with disabilities. As you may know, when we do the formula, we always allocate some funds for the assemblies to use to, deal with issues concerning persons with disabilities. My understanding is that in a number of these assemblies, they have not been enforcing that kind of allocation. So what will you do within the next 9 or 10 months that you'll be in office to make sure that all district assemblies comply with this allocation?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe this would have to do with stakeholder engagement and engaging all the MDAs to ensure that they are complying. As you rightfully said, and even on the Public Accounts Committee, a lot of infractions come that have to do with the assemblies misappropriating monies meant for PWDs, persons with disability, and even the committee has taken exception to it. And even at the committee level, it is something that we have been speaking against strongly whenever they come before the committee. And I think given the nod, once I'm the minister, I can also take a further step to ensure that they comply with all our laws and to ensure that persons with disability are due their 3% of our DACF. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Chairman. Honorable, congratulations.
Thank you.
I was just sharing with my colleagues that, interestingly, I've never seen you cross the divide to meet anybody on the NDC side of the chamber before. Never. Have you ever been there before?
Yes, please, I have. Yes, please, I have.
Okay. Then maybe you use the dividing room. You didn't actually walk across.
No, I don't walk across.
To the extent that I was actually, until you sat down, I was mistaking you for our colleague, Darkoa. Yes, I always thought I thought she was the one who was going to sit there. Anyway, thank you. Turn to your CV. On the first page, University of Warwick, between 2010 and 2011. And then the second page, the time you were working with Project Associates, between 2009 and September 2013, is Build Hub Limited a company in Ghana?
Yes, it's a construction company. So I did some internships with them, and then I also did my national service with them before going to study for my master's degree.
Okay, but just look at your CV again. You said you were doing the studies between 2010 and 2011. And between 2009 and 2013, you were still working there. So
So I just sought leave to go and study. So I didn't resign from the company. So I just had an extended leave to go and study and come back.
On the second page of the CV again, project manager, tenant coordinator, GHC Africa, between 2015 and 2016, and then 2014 and 2016. What exactly were you doing with GHC Africa?
So I was a project manager, and they managed a lot of these multi-million-dollar projects in Ghana. And so because Achimota is a mall, I played the role of a tenant coordinator. So before they move into the shops, there's a lot they have to do. They have to stick to a lot of, there are gray boxes and white boxes, and they come in and they have to fit it to particular specifications that are spelled out for them. So I was doing the coordination of all that in addition to the project management work.
The same thing in 2016 at Kotuka Terminal 3.
Yes, so we were the project managers on that project. So it is managed by whoever comes in, either Brawl or whichever company comes to manage the property.
So you were project managers in terms of what?
So I studied project management, and this is construction project management. So from inception, from when they start from excavation to handover, we manage it. We are like a liaison between the consultants and the client. Usually architects perform this role on smaller projects, but for multi-million-dollar projects, there are actual designated project management companies that do project management. Thank you, Chairman.
Not exactly. It depends on the client. You can still have the architect manage, but you can also hire a dedicated project management company who can also actually be an architect or a cost consultant as well. So I get your point. On your CV again, page 2, DNF Ghana board member, 2015 till present. Minerals Commission Board member, 2021 to present. Gaming Commission Board member, 2021 till present. Architectural and Engineering Services Limited Board member, 2021 till present. Audit Service Entity Tender Committee member, 2021 till present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You were on 5 different boards at the same time. How were you able to cope with serving as a board member of all these organizations and be a member of parliament?
I'm a project manager by profession, so I manage my time very well. Thank you, Chairman.
If you are a project manager, that doesn't mean that you can control when architectural engineering services schedule their board meetings.
Yes, but that is done once in a quarter. And so the whole quarter, they would call a meeting once. For the entity tender committee, is as and when we are required that we also meet, and they call on us to meet. Thank you, Chairman.
I noticed majority of our colleagues on your side serve on boards, unlike our side when we're in government. What experience have you gathered? Is there anything that would hinder a member of parliament from serving on a board or being a chairman of a board, in your experience?
Okay, so I can speak for myself, and I don't think, as of now, I don't think there's anything that hinders me from carrying out my duties as a member of parliament, even though I'm on those boards. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let me ask you, a colleague spoke about child labor. And we've all been reading in the news how some NGOs regularly cast Ghana in very bad light about what they classify as child labor. My question to you is, and it did happen, when I was young, when I closed from school, my dad actually takes me to the farm. If I'm seen following my father to the farm, on Saturday or Sunday or after class, is that a child labor? Can that be classified as a child labor?
Thank you, Chairman. Please, was it during the time in which you were supposed to be in school?
I said on Saturday, Sunday, or after school.
Or after school? Yes, there are Saturday classes as well, and so it could, even though it's Saturday, it could still fall.
Fortunately, I am not. I come from a very poor background. My parents could not afford extra classes, so I did everything I was supposed to do as a student when I was in class. I didn't have the liberty of extra classes.
So, Chairman, thank you for the question. I believe this question has been on the minds of a lot of people, what we classify as child labor. And as the ranking of the committee said, she talked about the children that have been on the lake and the, I think, documentaries that have been, she talked about that. I cannot really speak to these exact circumstances because I haven't seen all these reports. But with your scenario that you are following your father to the farm, you didn't talk about engaging in or being employed and being paid some remuneration for your services. You talked about following your father to the farm. My father was a politician, I'm a politician. Jesus' father was a carpenter, he was a carpenter. I think we all learn from our parents' profession, and so what you have said so far, I haven't heard anything that is against the laws of Ghana for me to say we can criminalize or we can put some form of punishment to what you talked about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's do this. You know Makola, right? You know Makola Market?
Yes, please, in Accra.
If my mother was a fishmonger at the market, and that is what she does to look after me at JHS or primary school, and I close from school and I go and sit beside her, and she needed to attend to nature's call, and you come and meet me there, would you classify that as child labor?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think with these issues that are very specific, or these hypothetical situations, I think I don't have all the knowledge as the minister, and that is why we have these agencies and we have experts that are there to also advise the minister. And so when it comes to these scenarios, I will also rely on the right quarters and the experts to also direct me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, the problem you have with this answer is that these experts exist and existed with your other ministers. I'm sure they provided answers. The difficulty is that it is not about the fact that it is difficult for you to determine that culturally. If you studied in Warwick, you've probably seen young people throwing newspapers under your door before as part of their work. Nobody calls them child labor. So it is upon us to determine that those people writing those reports quit what they are doing, because what they are doing is basically trying to access funds that exist within the UN system and has nothing to do with child labor. And what I was expecting you to do is to say you acknowledge that and will take necessary steps to make sure that, as BBC have actually said, and my colleague said, it turns out that even in the UN system, they know that people are cashing in just because there's some money there. So don't wait for any expert to advise you. What those people are doing is a deliberate decision to cast our country in bad light. What they are describing as child labor is actually never child labor. So maybe take it upon yourself. And don't say that it is something you have not read the report and other thing. I agree. You were born and bred in Accra. Happy for you. But majority of the people who are being cast in this light probably never visited Accra. And when they follow their parents to do fishing when it's not school time, cannot be said to be child labor. A child that, or a young child that follows the mother who is a fishmonger, that is what they do to raise that child at the time that school is not in session, is not
Lydia, move on with questions.
Thank you very much. The second one is, I noticed you mentioned the Disability Act. and you said you are part of an organization that actually looks at that. What do you see with the current Disability Act, I think 715 or something? What do you see with it so far?
So I'm not part of an organization. In Parliament, MPs from both divides have come together to try and assist persons with disability. And we've been doing that for some time now. We've met those who have issues and need our help on. The toll booth workers came to see us, and I think at this point in time, to some extent, their issues have been resolved through YEA. They've been employed. The members of the Ghana Federation for Disability have requested that we press on the executive to ensure that the reenactment of the Disability Act, the Disability Act is reenacted. And so that is what, as a caucus, the Disability Caucus, we are going to champion. They sometimes organize these capacity building programs. I haven't been able to not. The disability.
Second look at the disability.
I tell people who cannot who have disabilities as they go of a moment they or disabled.
Okay, thank you very much. Woman or man? Can't walk to
In to be there, so as fall in
the but cannot do should be able to identify Chairman. Sometimes the work things you can do within the short period. A second. The last one is if given the opportunity, a disabled Be a speaker. After the introduction, they are compliant. Sector cannot do your work, but you spoke a lot about in your feeding. I wish you have. If you have actually unable school feeding is there, so school feeding community would have
initiative is categorized as board at least the child would have been a factor in that the school
more than English. Are you sure you can't?
Yes, please. I change it.
I thank you for the and often and to I feel proud. I feel huge brand that you it's something I want to go into the future.
Going forward.
Maybe let to effect and you know what I mean.
Chairman. To do at the ministry. Avail myself to be in.
Chair, on ministry, you say is hindsight benefit going into the future? What are the key lessons that you will be armed with so that probably you don't repeat what the mistakes that have been committed before?
Thank you, Chairman. So a big part of the challenges we face with school feeding is funding. And so this is something that we need to put on the front burner and find other sources of funding in addition to what the government gives. And so we need to actually put forward proposals to get donors to largely help us fund these social protection initiatives. Another aspect of it is engagements with these stakeholders, the caterers, constant engagements. I believe if we are constantly in touch with them and they are aware of the challenges we face as a ministry or as the school feeding secretariat, there wouldn't be a need for some demonstrations or there wouldn't be a need for certain outbits. And so we need to take our stakeholder engagements with the school feeding caterers as serious as we do with teachers who are teaching the children. Those who are cooking for them also need the same engagements that we give to those teachers, or even nurses who treat patients, because they are all there to ensure that the well-being of children or patients. And so I feel stakeholder engagement is a big thing that we need to look at, as well as any other advice that my colleagues feel they had from their own constituencies. You can bring it on board and we would look at it and incorporate it into a lessons learned, looking at it going forward. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I know from the nominee, from where I sit, correct me if I'm wrong, but I get an impression there's a bit of laxity when it comes to enforcement of the social protection aspect of the ministry. If I'm wrong, correct me. But if it is the case, what do you intend to do differently if you are giving the nod?
So thank you. Thank you, Chairman. So once I'm given the nod, I should wait for them. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chairman. So once I'm given the nod, I would have to take a good look at our social protection interventions. You spoke about laxity. I think we would have to look at it before I can decide on any measures or I can embark on any solutions or prefer any solutions to ensure that these social protection initiatives are given the necessary backing and support so that they can be sustainable and we can continue to embark on these things for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Oh, Kwame. Mr. Chairman, I looked at your CV, not in detail, casually. I see you attended a conference in 2023, okay, far away in Daba in February 2023 on investing in African mining. I find that very interesting. Investing in African mining. February 2023 in Indaba. Are there
Yes, in Cape Town.
Are there lessons you can share? If you recall, that is, if you do recall.
Yes, I do recall. It was about attracting opportunities to Ghana. There was a Ghana Day where there was a showcase, and then various investors from around the world were there to listen to what Ghana can offer with regards to our green minerals. And it was just a showcase to get them interested, and so that they would come and invest in Ghana. I think at this point, Ghana has become known. We've always been known for gold, but God being so good, we've been able to discover other minerals, and it's key for investors to come in so we can continue to build our economy. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, let me wish the nominee well, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Deputy.
Congratulations, Honorable Darkoa Newman. Let me take you to your CV for 1 minute. On the educational background, I see you went to Harvard Business School, the U.S.
Yes, please.
How long was the program?
We were there for, was it 2 weeks?
You also went to Said Business School, Oxford?
Yes, the University of Oxford.
How long was that as well?
It was approximately around the same time,
Okay.
for about 2 weeks.
So those were short courses?
Please.
Okay. So probably we could reframe your thing to make those short courses. That's fine. All right, so that's it. But I'll take you to some. The first thing is, what's your problem? Honorable nominee, there's something I'm very passionate about. It has to do with elderly care. The people who have worked so hard, when they grow old, we must take care of them. And the medical, psychological, and physiological needs of these people. Often, sometimes we think they are sick, they are not sick. And I've experimented with that with a program I have for the last 7 years in my constituency. Unfortunately, I do not see a focus on the elderly, the aged, as we say in Ghana, across the country. Can you tell us your focus on the aged in Ghana and what you would do to really, I see a future where we can create elderly care centers in every district in Ghana if it's possible, even getting the private sector to support. But I want to know your passion on this very topic.
Thank you, Chairman. So as you rightfully said, I believe we have one aged home, which is in our Deputy Speaker's constituency in Bekwai, and that is the only one we have as a country. It is necessary that we're able to expand this network, and as you said, get one, and at least we can start with the 16 regions, then we break it down to the districts. It is something that I would be, or once given the nod, I would like to look into. We could partner, as usual, speak with donors, stakeholder engagements, get people on board. We all know that once people are idle, they develop all sorts, and as you rightfully said, we might think they are sick when they are not. And these aged homes can serve as centers, rehabilitation centers for the elderly. They can have so many activities that will keep them active, and so they are not mistaken for sick people. Most of our aged right now are busy looking after our grandchildren and enjoying their times with their grandchildren. But I believe if we're able to create these centers that they can go to, even for recreation, it would help us. And then we'll also be promoting the well-being of the aged in Ghana. So, and that's the least we can do after they have taken care of us for all these years. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm in agreement with you.
I want you to commit that when giving the nod, as a Minister of Gender, you will visit the Elderly Care Center in Elembele. That has been it's been my sole headache for 7 years because I want you to come and see what has been done and to see if you can replicate it around the country.
I give you my full assurance that I will come and visit, and you and I will take the conversation from there. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I take you to something that is also very important, adoption of the child. Adoption is such a beautiful thing, but actually the process is very, very difficult in Ghana. And people who have tried to adopt, out of frustration, give up. I want you to outline the steps you will take to make sure it's secured but easy for people who want to adopt, especially children that are orphans.
Thank you, Chairman. To review our existing laws on adoption, I think that will take a broader consultation, that will take a lot of stakeholders' input. And so it is something that I am willing to do, at least to open the conversation up so that we can look at the laws and see how we can review it to shorten the process, to ensure that orphans and children who are not part of any family unit or family setting also have the chance, and parents who cannot give birth also have that opportunity. And we streamline the process to ensure that it doesn't deter or it doesn't make anybody feel hopeless to a point where they give up on their dream of fostering or adopting or taking care of children. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Important if we can make it easy. Let me take you to a disease called autism. There's something that I found, and I was very surprised that the estimated prevalence of autism among children in Ghana under 14 is really higher than the global average, almost 38%. Higher than the global average of 6.2. Yet there has been few epidemiological studies, and the requisite treatment and attention for individuals with autism has not been there. We box everybody in. People with condition, I've seen people with autism function very well and can be very productive members of our society. Tell us what you can do. First of all, do you know anything about autism and what you can do to really make sure this particular group of people are given special attention? This country must focus on that as well.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So as you rightfully said, in the case of autism, it is a spectrum. And so it varies from every child to child. And it takes a lot of, which can be just an hour or two. And so it's very difficult. And if we do have the funding and we can look at our health insurance, and some of these children who, for lack of financial assistance, they are not able to afford these therapies to make them productive to the country. If we can look at some way of subsidizing therapies, the way we also subsidize some form of surgeries or medications, these children on the spectrum, what they need is therapy, predominantly. And so we need to look at it holistically, and then we can make an informed decision on how, as a country, we are going to tackle autism. It's not something that we are saying we want to cure, because that is not the idea, but it's to make them function and to make them productive so that they can also add to national development, and their well-being is also enhanced. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the Ministry of Gender, Social Protection, one of the biggest challenges is the issue of funding. Now, every time we talk about this ministry, we are looking at government. I know in other jurisdictions, the support that comes from the private sector, especially even individuals, is huge, 10 times that of government. But the reason it happens is because government creates the avenue for people to give. For example, as soon as you are employed in any organization in the United States or in other London, the first thing they'll do is you fill your application, your HR forms, then they give you your, what do you call it, your favorite non-profit charity organization. And then you ask, how much do you want to donate every month? The day of your employment. And so you have the opportunity, if it's 10 cedi, if it's 10 Ghana cedi. No, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be the amount. So, Minister, I believe this is something that you can do. Can you explore possibilities of creating avenues for Ghanaians in the private sector to support your ministry? And tell me what are some of the things you've thought about. Because you know some of the things we are talking about. Funding for autism and other things. Government funding cannot do all of them. So have you thought about some of the ideas that will create support and enthusiasm from the private sector to support some of these good causes we've talked about?
Thank you, Chairman. So one thing I would like to bring to light is the ministry already does a lot, a whole lot actually, but I believe it's the awareness that is lacking. And once I'm given the nod, I think these awareness campaigns, I will drive them. And once we drive them, I believe donors will troop in, or the private sector will troop in to support the work the ministry is doing. And so for a starting point, I believe that awareness campaigns will steer us in the right direction to get the needed support from the private sector. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And this is my last one. I'm extending it because the minority leader asked me to ask all his questions. The 2007 Domestic Violence Act, Act 7.3, provides a legal framework against domestic violence, and yet enforcement remains a challenge. And many women and children face difficulties accessing legal and even reporting abuses. Minister, if you are giving the nod, what are the steps you will take to ensure that these lapses are strengthened, that women, children who are facing abuse will be able to get the protection they need, and that you are going to create the avenue for them to be protected?
So thank you, Chairman. So as I said before, the ministry does a whole lot. And in respect of domestic violence, there is a call center. I don't know how widespread even the call center number is. That's why I talked about awareness campaigns. We can take this on to publicize these call center numbers. They are toll-free for the average Ghanaian to know that there's a place you can call and you'll get assistance. Once you call that toll-free number, there are counselors on hand. There's a shelter for people or victims who have suffered some form of domestic violence. I believe there are 2 shelters. There's one for female, and I think there's one for children as well. So all these things are there. It's a matter of creating awareness and letting everybody know that these avenues are there. There's a safe place for you. The ministry is a safe place to call in. There are doctors on hand. If it's sexual, if it has to do, or it's of a sexual nature, there are doctors on hand. I know before, there was an amount of about 1,000 cedis when you go to certain clinics you have to pay. We can look at all these things to ensure that people know the safe place is there. When they come, they'll get the needed health care, they'll get somewhere to stay, and then they'll be protected by the government or by the country. And so back to awareness creation. And that is the direction I'll take with this. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much. I'm very impressed with your knowledge of autism and your answer. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Chairman.
Very well. Deputy Rank, I don't know. Vice Chair. No, she didn't.
Just a follow-up, 2 follow-ups.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm taking this opportunity to congratulate my able young advisor. I'm very proud of you, and I want to encourage you. But I have a very interesting observation on your CV. On page 3 of your CV, looking at hobbies, I observed that you love to watch football. And I was wondering, do you only love to watch football, or you are also interested in football development for children and women?
So
Order, please. The men are complaining that everything's about women. Order. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So I love watching football, and it's the same with whether it's female or male. There's actually a team named Darkoa, that's my name, and so it's even added. It adds to the passion I have for that team, and I think football is meant to relax us. It's usually people see it as a male sport, but we are looking to develop the female talent in football. And I believe working with the Youth and Sports Ministry, we can look at how we can collaborate to probably develop it a bit more than it's developed now. So thank you, Chairman.
Are you the owner of Darkoa?
No, please.
My next question is on children who are convicted of certain criminal offenses and some other misdemeanors. I've taken note that we don't have any corrective institutions. Even if we have, they are not functional. What would you do to ensure that these corrective institutions, if they are available, are made functional, or how to promote more of such institutions? We can't just leave them on the ledge like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So I agree with you. It's something that once given the nod, I'd like to look into, to work with the prison service to see how best we can look at reformative ways of dealing with children. I know we used to call it a Kolabone school or something, when children were found guilty of certain crimes. And so it's something I would look into once given the nod, and I'd like to give you that assurance. I would work with the prisons on that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Your last question, because for the very few months left before the end of this term in Parliament, I want to know what efforts or what kind of arrangement can you make to ensure that the affirmative action bill is passed with your name as the MP? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the ranking and deputy ranking of the committee are here, and I believe we have already met, and we were trying to devise ways of lobbying the men. We are 40 and they are 235, and so we need their full support to pass this bill, and I think so far so good. And especially our Deputy Speaker from Fomena, we would really be counting on you. Deputy Speaker, we will really be counting on you for this affirmative action bill. We have seen you, myself and Deputy Ranking, and we'll come back to you once again, as well as all the other members. Thank you.
Do you want to say something? Very well. I had a number of questions, but yesterday when she came to see me, she said that she's lucky to come at the last point because people will be tired. And it is already showing that people are tired. But I truly want, in the end, the entire affirmative action bill. What do you want?
So currently, we're looking at a progressive, it's going to be progressive from 30% to 50% equal representation when it comes to the political scene. I know some some engagements have been done. I've been informed, and that is what is in the bill, in the schedule. It's going to start from 30% to 50%. And so, so we are pushing for equality, gender equality, okay? And that is, yes. And the bill seeks to, we are looking to promote good governance, inclusivity, we are looking for equality, and that is what we want you to support us with. And we'll be coming to all of you in the next couple of days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I just want to advise you. Probably you would want to look at the trajectory of the property rights of spouses bill. You go back and see where it started from, where it is. Maybe it will guide you on the way to go, but it doesn't appear. We wish you well. But before I leave you, you have already announced or you know about the only old people's home in Ghana. Is that Bekwai? Have you been there before? The only.
No, please, I haven't been there yet, but I would visit the place to know exactly what condition it's in and what needs to be done to get it up to a good...
Very well. I'll be glad to have you visit the place and you see. Oh,
Thank
well,
you, Chairman.
that's voluntary. Whatever I put there is voluntary, but when you come, then I'll hand over. So that you formally take over. But I think it will be helpful to your ministry if you pay attention to that facility and see what else can be done. That is where I bring my questions to an end. I wish you well. But before I bring proceedings to a close, let me acknowledge the list of people. I have Madam Korsah Newman, the Director of Operations of First Ladies. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure I'll say it clearly. Oh, Office of the First Lady, very well. And as your mother, Mama, you're welcome. The Accra Hene Kisiedu, Nana Akwa Duka, Nana Osim Kwate Amano Krum Hene. Nana, we thank you for coming. Mr. and Mrs. Kwesi Amo Lantejanwe Manche. Ni Kole Boy II of Farikrom Manche. Oh, Fanko, thank you, Dada. Ni Pacha Kole. Dr. Afisa Zakaria, the Chief Director of the Ministry. Na Dede Fanko Asrega Queen. Na Dede Bubuashi Queen. Na Kade Greater Accra Traditional Queen. Ni Shamu Boy Balo. Jasiche. Imam Idrisu Koguno, the National Chief Imam for Inner City. Thank you for coming. Imam Ishmael Okata Badu, Okayakwe South, Chief Imam. And then Agatishe Nana Akosia Ofusuya, Okayakwe South, Chieftain. Thank you. We thank you all for coming to support the nominee. Nominee, we are... Who? Mr. Bangoya, are you there? Oh, very well. Former National Treasurer. Nice to have you here. And all other people who came to support the nominee, we thank you for coming to support her and for attending upon the House. Now, Honorable Member, you are discharged. You'll hear from us later. Thank you.